state is ready to call Judson Welcher. He is the kind of the big swinging dick for Aperture. He's the crash reconstructionist, and he is the guy we're going to be listening to today give testimony. Apparently 2.0 does not see me live somehow. Apparently you guys see me live, right? What the fuck? No intros? Guys, we did an intro. What do you mean? What the hell? You mean there's no intro? Yeah, we did an intro. I did the whole thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, guys, I don't know. It's that every once in a while you restart stuff and you restart things and every once in a while it'll show up. Same day said, what's a holdup? Did we find the nudes? No. It just went live. No, I've been live for like 2 minutes now. That's weird. That's weird. So I just cut in, really? No, I did the whole intro and everything. Oh. So I just popped up mid-sentence? Huh. All right, hold on, Chad. I gotta take care of something real quick. Hold on. Okay, there we go. We're back. We're back, chat. We're back. Katie says Nick is streaming before you. Well, good for him. Matty B says having hard time pulling out his plug. Your mom put it up in there nice and tight, man. She's a pro. KRM says latent piano lessons. That too. That too. Oh. Well, I was even later than Nick. Well, yeah, that's weird. I know you guys didn't see the intro. So they have a stuffed Sean. Oh, you guys. Oh, that thing? Yeah. Yeah, we were trying to figure out a plushie there, and well, that's one alteration of things. It's not a very fat one, so yeah. And also we kind of misread how they were organizing and doing it, the order form. So we thought we'd be getting 25, not one that's 25 inches tall. So oops. But we are working on the start time said 6:07. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're gonna do that. Give us the plushie. We're trying to work on the plushie. What we were gonna use. That's not exactly the one we want to do. There's a better one we're gonna try. So spoke to Kirsha. She gave me some ideas on who to talk to about plushies. So yes, Matthew Harden is representing Matsucraft. I was actually walking out of court, sitting in the parking lot, and I got a phone call from Matthew Harden, and he's like, I got big news for you. And I'm like, are you sitting down? I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, the body cam. He's like, and then he stopped. He's like, stop the body cam. I'm like, what could it be? And then he told me, and I'm like, that's pretty good news. So Phoebe said, I watched Nick's meltdown on Friday night, or did he have another one? Which one? Oh. So Shree says I use one of those plushies right now. Well, this is Clyde's. This right here, this is gonna be Clyde's. Ooh, I just knocked shit over everywhere. This is for Clyde. This is Clyde's emotional support law tuber, okay? Because he needs one. I know, but he needs that much support. He's that much of a mental case. But he needs this one. He needs this one. And, I'd like to thank all the people who were messing around with AI, because that picture of Nick holding me was absolutely hilarious. So we'll work on that, guys. We are working on plushies right now as we speak. If you guys really do want plushies, we'll do it. So Oh, you guys want to see the ass on it? Yeah, it's got like booty shorts stamping. There you go. And to think, some like 8-year-old kid in China made this without sewing his hands together. Not a hint of blood on it. Very well done. Very well done. Those of you at the Tangent Industrial Mining Concern. My hat's off to you. Did you hear Natasha has 2 points? If that's a joke, I don't get it. So, that ass though, yeah. My girlfriend would give you money for Sandwich Man plushies. We're working on one. We're trying to find a good one here. So, Sweet Tooth says, I want one, but you need to be holding Clyde. I don't know if we could do that. We got to figure out the first things first. Like I said, we're working with people here. We got some ideas. But anyways, thank you for the super chat, Whiskey77. All right, guys, it is time. It is time to go. Let's do this. This is Karen Reed. We got people here. We got 150 people ready to go. All righty. Here we go. Okay. Playback speed 1.3. Here we go. Yahoo! I got the fan of justice. So they had something went on this morning, it sounds like. And now we're in chat. Look at this. We are just making time. Look at that chat. You hang out with me. We already burned through an hour and a half of time. That's the kind of quality content you get here. John DePetro cool box here again. Oh, look, there's Paul in the back. I was like, Paul have camouflage. Paul sit with other bald men. Predators may not find Paul. An attack in all the confusion. Paul learned from great Neanderthal relatives. Strength in numbers. Ape stronger together.
Well, great.
Yahoo! Let's go! Yaha! You tell me it needs to be better, sir. Here we go!
Morning.
Good morning.
In case I'm here, should truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Morning.
Good morning, sir. All right, so we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a minor.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question. Sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
Yep. I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr.
I will say already, he doesn't sound like Hillbilly Jim, so there's already like a step forward.
Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth? Who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person, Cindy, this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, There were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no
More
idea.
than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time
So
frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him,
Yes,
can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Oh,
Mr. Brandon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those
Okay.
conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was
so
largely it.
far this
Who
okay.
suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things on the, for example, the slide I deleted.
This is so far okay so far. Although it's like, well, what did you delete? What's going on here?
Referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I would call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh,
about.
okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say, unfortunately,
He's probably also been bombarded with a bunch of emails saying, "Oh my God, why did you hire fucking Shannon Burgess? We should fire this guy like ASAP." So yes, I'm sure his inbox has been on fire since last week.
but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections to the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint, where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43, trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred. and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, short voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've
Was
just
it?
answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay,
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there. Okay?
Well, I mean, he doesn't sound like a retard so
I'll see
far,
you
but
outside.
time could change.
No, they can come in.
So, real quick, unhung hero for 10 subs. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Just crushing these grays, running them out of town. Just keep moving, grays. We'll run you out and crush you. Also, real quick, guys, if you guys did want to see something funny this morning, Yannetti walked into court, and this did happen. So that was a real thing. So I thought it's kind of funny. A little bit of levity here, as Paul sits among the bald men. So, thank you, Unhung Hero, for your support and your generosity. Yeah, he's got the Riz. You got to have the Riz. Got to have that Riz, chat. Got to have that razzmatazz.
Taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you for that. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Do solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Refer to my resume.
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank you.
whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
Sir, you know what a welcher is, right? That means you can't keep your word. You back out all the time. You also know as crawfishing. Is that what you do, Mr. Welcher? Is that where your family got its name? Because you're all a bunch of bitches? I rest my case.
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical?
Chad, if you didn't know what that means, yes. The term welching on a bet. Welching means fail to fill a promise or obligation. So if you're welching and you've done it, you're a welcher. So there you go. There you go. So disloyal. This family's disloyal.
Engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, and a wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1990.
Sir, do you do cocaine around those children? Sir, do you find it acceptable to have cocaine in the house with your children?
Before I started my own company, me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was action reconstruction and biomechanical
I thought he was going to say we could do so much better, so we started abducting homeless people and experimented on them.
engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
That's pretty
And
good,
what was
though.
that in and where
Made a
was that
pretty big
from?
company.
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also
Wait, you mean you got a master's degree and a PhD while working full time in fucking Hillbilly Jim? Couldn't manage to put together a general fucking studies degree in fucking 20 years? Wow. Wow.
teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division.
And you were
So it
teaching
was,
classes on top
extension
of it.
classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis.
Hi,
It was
Angela.
basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Every time he gets to speak, I guarantee he tells that story.
If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know?
My dad would have said,
Dr.
son, you're
Welcher
too
asked me if
retarded
he
to
could
be
refer to his
doctor.
resume, and I said yes. So if you read just once.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, in vitro human lumbar spine, intra-articular facet testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Wow, it's just like
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
Aaron didn't need a PhD for that at all. Aaron just looked at loads for fun.
It's actually in biomedical engineering.
Sorry, Aaron. this is too
Biomechanics is
easy.
within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles.
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article, a publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably
monster!
been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Actual Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by an engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Actual Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as a Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Action Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Actual Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event.
Just today, I ran over somebody on the way to court and took measurements.
Data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder
Yes,
of that,
we are going to watch.
was a sponsor.
By the way, chat, 45 minutes. We are going to watch the Starship launch from SpaceX just because it's really fucking cool. So we're going to do that.
So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years, you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have. And so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
There's no dog in this fight. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, Judson. Judson don't care. What the fuck is all this shit in front of him anyway? That's all new.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
How much is he getting paid?
It's a
I don't
company
know.
called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you
But yeah,
know?
he's getting paid.
Aperture
That
has?
he's got a dog in the fight.
Oh God, I should know that.
He's got a job
we
to
have them in
deliver.
Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4
Oh, wow,
or 5 in
somebody's
California.
sneezing up
So
a storm.
I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case for another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Porter, I apologize for the lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from
Okay.
Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2,
Why?
6.
Why do you need those?
I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant.
What?
I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2
Why?
photographs of the scene,
Why?
one group of 92 of the scene.
Why? Those and what do those do for you to tell? Like, how much of this shit did you actually need? Did you request basically the whole fucking file? Because that's not proper. It should be limited to what you actually need.
One group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department.
You don't need that one. Why do you have that
360
one?
diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar.
Why do you have those? Why do you have those? Those aren't relevant to whether or not she fucking hit this guy. What the fuck? Why do you have such extraneous data? None of that's relevant.
Canton Police Department Sally Port videos.
Not relevant.
I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department.
That doesn't help you.
One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone.
What the fuck is this?
Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe's Cellbrite data.
You don't need what?
Something called Lexus Infotainment.
You don't need Jennifer McCabe's phone data.
Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit,
What?
Crime Scene Response Unit Boston,
What? Why?
Crime Scene Service Section.
Okay.
Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records
What?
for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan.
You don't need her. Why do you need her medical reports?
I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, used the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, Miss Reed's vehicle, have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included
Fuck.
looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
So I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
So does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared like 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
No objection, Mr. West, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. Here we go.
Okay.
So that's me. And that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things.
I mean, driving out there and taking a look at the scene, I think that's actually critical. So no, I don't fault the guy for wanting to come out and see it. Like, you need to know everything possible. Like, if you're trying to reconstruct a crash, you need to know the entire crash. Like, you need to know everything. So that's not a problem for him. I think it's a good idea.
So I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, on the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Ms. Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had to receive material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher, no,
Okay.
this is 9.
I fully agree. This sounds very sciencey so far, chat. We're sciencing this bitch. Like, I get it. I like this so far. Sounds like some, you got a PhD and everything. I think this is great. I like where we're going. Although it looks like this car went through the fucking shop. I get it. They're probably pulling infotainment data. It's probably easier this way. But it looks like they took their car to the shop already.
2394. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 92324, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month of the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hold on. If there's no damage to the... Is he saying no damage to the inside of the taillight they were working on? Or are they talking about this bumper taillight? I'm confused. Yeah, whatever. We'll get to it, I guess.
So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one.
Now, Chad, if you don't really understand this is something you may not know. These designs they put in the car are for looks. They're for aerodynamics, but also for safety. That if people get hit, they bounce away, because the big fear is when you get hit by a car, especially a car coming rearwards, you'll get sucked underneath the tires and run over. Like, that's a very real concern. Or smaller children and things. They want to make it hard as possible to get run over. So there are a lot of, it's kind of like defensive architecture. There's a lot of engineering that the people designing this did as well. So there's a lot of crash test dummies that get run over to get these results and what we're looking at.
One of the marks, which is consistent with the contact in Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light.
Well, did you paint match that? Did you check this? How do you know it's there?
Again, some of the evidence stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that
Great,
data
Ferry,
together.
thank you.
So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you want to know the
1,000
distance
points
from this
of
lug nut
peace
to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So I mean, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream, the EDR system. This system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there.
A none
The system's working
file.
properly. We had no fault codes, but for
I
a
thought that's
car
what happens
being
when you take a
pedestrian to
pedophile.
cause a file here. This is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact
When you kill a pedophile, they're a none file.
on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds.
Mhm.
So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data.
I was going
You
to
can see
say,
the screens here.
he's not a computer guy. He's a mechanical engineer, not an electrical engineer. I'm like, this is kind of showing.
There's generally two types of files.
And it sounds like Rentschler and Wolf were actually fucking savvy, like electronically. I think they're going to fucking tear this guy's asshole open. It's going to look like one of those videos where like the deer, like there's an antelope just shitting out a baby and the like coyotes just eat it alive. Then they eat the mom's asshole out alive.
Files, what's called a vehicle control history, and a PCS file. The PCS file is the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
So there's no evidence Jack got run over. Okay, I think we all agree because he would have been really fucked up.
You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. A lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus.
Toyota owns Lexus. It's just like Ford has Lincoln and Mercury. There's Toyota and Lexus. Okay, that's not an uncommon thing. It's the fancier brand label. It's not at all. You know, Lexus is a premium brand, and you know, like that's not a. It's not like a ridiculous thing there. Okay, so it's just like Acura is part of Honda, and Infiniti is from Nissan. So yeah, it's totally their stuff. It's totally their stuff. Yeah, Acura, Honda, yes. Honda has Acura and Toyota, just like there's Ford and Lincoln and Mercury. Has Mercury living in 2000? You know what I meant. Okay. But yes. Nissan and Infiniti, exactly. Nissan is Infiniti. Yes, that's my point. So.
Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the TechStream data.
The TechStream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The TechStream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new TechStream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you know, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to lay, you know, say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know it's, hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, you notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements of the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, you know, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, you know, literally, if you want to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, you know, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the TechStream download. So this is a screenshot from the TechStream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul.
So when Karen gets acquitted, she's basically gonna have a brand new fucking car, minus the taillight. And actually probably minus the infotainment system. That's gonna suck. They destroyed her car. It's gonna be some Fifth Amendment shit there, but like, she has a 12,000 mile car. Like, that's silver linings. Silver linings, Karen.
Paul's report. It shows up in the
Although if I was Karen, I'd drive around with a fucking busted taillight forever. Just a big fuck you to everybody. I'd drive over to fucking Paul's house and be like, hey, Paul, here. There's some glass for you. Figure it out. And drive off.
photographs, and it shows up as
I know hell I think
matching
she's,
the
I don't
mileage
know. We'll see here.
in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I call event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it on. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch.
Okay.
It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch as running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Sustained, yes.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, or past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No, for example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point and time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 and 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here,
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time, and again, I've converted in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock.
Yeah.
So
Almost
we're able
time
to
for the
see the
SpaceX
time
launch,
each
guys.
event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions 2 triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or 2 separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report.
Okay, chat, we're going to switch over to the SpaceX thing real quick. Sorry, I think this rocket, I like rockets and they get to go. So we're going to check this out real quick here, guys. So yeah, this is a lot to digest. Yeah, the jury's falling asleep here. I'm kind of spaced out. I want to see him talk about how a fucking accident happened. That's really going to be the key here. But anyways, we're going to watch the launch here. So here we go.
Exactly. But if we know which direction we're flipping, then we know how much propellant we will need and can instead use more of the propellant.
Oh, wait. T-minus 14 minutes. Oh, we still have time. Okay, so we're not even close. Let's go back to watching Welcher.
This was turned on at 12:12.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
You add in the text stream information. You get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better.
Sorry,
from here.
chat.
Where would you
Okay.
like it?
If we can start at
Sorry, chat. We have 5 minutes left, so we'll go a couple more minutes here.
the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you
I hear you.
received information.
Fella,
from
don't
Mr.
pull a
Burgess,
Drex.
you put an actual
Cha, cha, cha,
time
cha, cha,
onto it.
cha, cha, cha.
How do you do that?
Sustained.
Go to x.com and SpaceX.
You shared with
live
us
stream.
that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data, that allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
in addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Okay,
It's
okay,
just-
chat. All right, we're at 1 minute. Guys, I can't get the shit from X to work because I'm looking on X. You think Elon would make this on the front page, like, watch this, mofos, but it's not up right away. So, yeah, we're just going to watch on YouTube, okay? So here we go.
On our bridges here, we are going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds.
We're
So
live and
we'll
it's 2 minutes.
Pass along some more information once we hear that reason. But again, that's not the end of the day. We can hold at T-minus 40 seconds for.
So, guys, we got some time here, but I do want to watch this. I think it'll be fun. So 2.0 is like everybody's getting nervous. We're here, chat. We're doing this. Okay, well, it's which one is it? Because there is no Google, there is no SpaceX one on YouTube. I don't have. Where'd you send me the link, babe? Oh, okay. Hold on here. No, I got it. All right, I got it. Well, watch it here. Here we go, chat.
Twice, and
Twice,
we'll go for
and
its
is getting ready for his
third
All right,
time.
and
Okay,
you
so
just
why
heard
are
our
they
flight
behind?
director
That
for the
doesn't
day,
make
Joe Sliker. He just shared that we are going to hold at this T-minus 40 second.
Why is the live one behind on YouTube? That doesn't make any sense. But here you go. So here we go.
And if you're just now jumping in, we are holding still at T-minus 40 seconds. Watching one engine, waiting for temperatures to kind of get to a zone that we want them to on one of the engines on the booster, on the super heavy booster, getting ready for its second ever flight. We'll just continue to hold. Again, we can hang out here for several minutes. We held for a while on the first attempt last time and then cleared it, and then we triggered a different issue on the ground side.
But again, this is exactly what it's for. This gives us the best chances at success.
And the clock is rolling.
There we
All right,
go.
chat, here we go.
All right. T-minus 30. Let's listen in. Watch that first flight proven super heavy. Get ready to take off from Starbase.
So. Here we go.
T-minus. Delta 1. Hit hold.
We did have a hold, and looks like the clock jumped back to T-minus 40 seconds.
All right, so yep, we jumped out. I did not see the deflector go off.
Elon just impregnated someone else. They
So
had to
hopefully
wait.
we were
They had to wait till he
right
was
around that
finished.
T-minus
Yes.
10-second mark.
Stop edging us,
And if
Elon.
we were before that T-minus 10-second mark, we do have the ability to recycle, as we mentioned earlier, back to T-minus 40 seconds.
So it looked like this time it was a ground side issue. We're taking a look at this real quick. So again, we're back at T-minus 40. We're gonna hold for a little bit. We are still not scrubbed for the day. Give them a couple of minutes to work through this. Again, we can hang out at T-minus 40 for several minutes. Eventually, we start looking at your bulk temperatures and all of your propellant on board the vehicle. We're not actively replenishing the propellant on board Super Heavy and Starship. And so you don't have essentially forever to hang out before things start to warm up. And you do want to make sure your temperature's in a really stable range for a healthy startup on Raptor engines. So they're going to work through this issue. We can continue to hold here for a couple of minutes. What's launch without a little extra added excitement? All right, so cumulatively, we've held for a little over 3 minutes between the two holds. Again, this is a ground side issue on our tower. The techs are looking through the data right now to see if it's something that we can either work through or if it would cause us to have to stand down. So we're continuing to hang out with them, holding at T-minus 40.
If you're just joining us, we did initially hold at T-minus 40 seconds. We continued the count, but recycled before we got to T-minus 10 seconds. And so we're back at a hold at T-minus 40 seconds, waiting for more information. The team is checking out to see if we can continue today. And we're continuing to hold here at T-minus 40 seconds. We've been holding for just about 5 minutes now as the teams evaluate if we can continue to T0 for Flight 9.
All right, so it sounds like we're coming to a resolution. All right, so we are getting to a resolution. We're going to reset everything. All right, so we're going to see the clock. It is now rolling.
All right, let's try again, chat.
Here we go.
We saw an issue with that quick disconnect to the ship. There is a chance that automation will kick us out again if we encounter the same issue. But for now, the clock is rolling. We'll see if we pass around that T-minus 10-second mark.
All right, chat, here we go again. Let's do this. See if she'll pack their bags pre-flight. There we go.
T-plus
Off their
40
moon.
seconds. It's
Power
one
climate
hell of a
nominal.
sight from here. We see it arcing right over top of us. We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on Super Heavy as it starts to ascend skyward.
Fingers crossed it didn't blow up yet, chat. Like I'm waiting. There we go.
Coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure, then only about a minute and a half until we get into hot staging.
Wow, Dan, that was incredible. We could feel the
There we go.
building shaking here, feel the vehicle's power. Now we're just about a minute away from shutting down those engines on the booster. Again, this booster is flying for its second time today.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so hot staging coming up a little under a minute. We're going to see all but the 3 center engines turn off on the booster. So our version of MECO, most engines cut off. And then just a few seconds later, hoping to see 6 engines ignite on ship to push it away.
Almost there.
All right, hot staging, about 30 seconds.
We got to wait for this to get down to run all the way down, chat. Not out of juice yet.
And definitely keep an eye on which way the booster flips. First ever directional flip we're going for today. Should flip straight up.
If you guys didn't realize, they actually go like this.
See those engines
They don't just keep
powering
going
down?
straight up.
Booster engine cutoff.
They have a trajectory.
Ship ignition. Stage separation.
Incredible
Wait,
flip by
keep the
Super
picture on the
Heavy
booster.
And you can see those 6 engines, those 3 engines on the ship ignited.
6 healthy Raptors running on ship on its way to space. Peek that engine view. Booster doing the boost back. Chris, how's it looking over there in Hawthorne, man?
That's
It is
good.
looking
Raptor chamber pressure is nominal.
This
it is
is
looking
awesome.
absolutely incredible here in
made
Hawthorne.
it.
As we said, 6 healthy engines on ship. We've got 13 out of 13 engines
If you're
on the
part of
booster.
the team,
Now
I
down
would
to
be
those 3, which is what
probably
we
a big
expect in the
deal.
final moments of the
Big deal.
boost back burn.
So,
Now, as a reminder, we are not recovering the super heavy booster today. We are instead going to do some.
Shut down.
And there we had a good shutdown of the boost back burn. Next up will be the jettison of that hot stage
Ship
ring.
avionics power and telemetry nominal.
wait, they're not rest. They're
Great
not.
call out there that everything looking nominal
They're just
aboard
trashing
the
this
super
one?
heavy vehicle, which is returning to Earth. And we're going to be doing some experiments with it, including a higher angle of attack re-entry, as well as some engine tests as it gets closer to the Gulf. We are, again, because of these tests not recovering it, we are sending it to the Gulf on purpose to do those tests. But again, you see the booster
Okay.
on the left-hand side of your
Oh, they're
screen.
gonna
You
destructive
see
test it.
ship
All
with
right.
6 healthy engines continuing its ascent
All
to
right.
its planned suborbital trajectory.
So,
Everything going very well so far for Starship's 9th flight. Now 4 minutes, 15 seconds in. Great views from inside of the aft engine area of ship there, looking at those 3 sea level and 3 Raptor engines on the right-hand side of your screen. The booster doing its LOX dump, that liquid oxygen dump. So because we don't need some of that liquid oxygen propellant in its tanks, we vent that propellant out to lessen the booster's mass as it comes in for its landing. Just absolutely gorgeous views watching these 2 vehicles do their respective things in the skies over Texas here today.
well, I mean, it's glad because these didn't work before, so it's a good thing they got this to work.
What can we expect here in the next few minutes as it does its
Nominal
atmospheric
trajectory.
tests?
Yeah, now as we had talked about, Super Heavy might not have a very smooth ride down. We're going to be putting it through this higher angle of attack. So we're kind of pitching it up a tiny bit, increasing drag. We've done this in wind tunnels. We've done this in computer
angle of
modeling. It
attack-
shows that sometimes the
Angle of
control
attack
isn't
is this.
great.
So if it's
But
this is
only
flying,
one
this
way
is
to
a high
really
angle
prove
of
it out,
attack.
and that's
If
to
it's
get
going like
real
this,
world data. So here comes
this is the
Super
angle
Heavy.
of attack.
It should be
So
igniting for
this
its
is a
landing
low angle of
burn
attack.
in
This
just
is a very low angle of attack.
about 40
This is
seconds
a high
from
angle
now.
of attack.
And we are going to relight 13 engines, then bring that down
No,
to
this is
3
not the
engines.
rocket ship is
we
not
talked
what
about earlier,
killed John
we will
O'Keefe,
be
Scorpio.
intentionally
Booster
shutting
FPS
down.
saved.
We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines
No, these are not rods from God.
intentionally to push the limits of the Super Heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship, 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the Super Heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We can see those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing, start up.
Uh-oh.
Ignited for our landing burn. It may have
I
ended
think
with
the
that
booster
landing
just went
burn.
kablooey. Yeah, that booster just didn't make it.
Does look like we lost telemetry from the booster once we
That ain't
started
coming
into
back.
that landing burn.
Oh boy,
Did you hear confirmation that the booster did demise?
that's the problem with a high angle of attack. That's a lot
So
of
the
stress
booster's
on an
flight
airframe.
ending before it was able to get through landing burn. But again, we are not bringing that back. We were expecting it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf. We were getting live data back the entire time through that high angle of attack flight. So that was something that was really vital for us to get during this reuse. First free flight of booster in the books. All right, ship.
Yep.
Has
Well,
about 2
there we go,
minutes
chat.
left.
I mean, that is one of the big things for. Well, there we go. That's one of the big things for SpaceX is reusing the boosters. They called them flight-worthy boosters. So obviously, the smaller boosters they've been using before the Falcon, like they've been using smaller boosters and reusing them. This is the first time they've reused one of the Super Heavies. So that's why they did that. Angela says pollution. Though that stuff's burning up, it's descending. So anyway, that is it. Yeah, they were gonna. This one was they were gonna crash this one. They were gonna test it till it broke. So, real quick, we got some other comments here to get this. T-Rex Chucky Moore says, wait for the blueprint to crash test dummies. And the single glass he brought, he is certainly artistic. Well, I guess. Is welching on a different from felching on a bed? Stephen Cooper says, is he a tryhard? Yes. Stephen Cooper also gifted wine sob. T-Rex Chucky Gamora said for $9.99, what he just said is absolute bullshit. I see no way that he was not given a pre-disaster outcome when he was hired by the Commonwealth. Oh, I'm sure he was. GJJ has been a member for 2 months. But yeah, there we go. Thank you guys for the support and being here. Angela's saying, is she crying, Lamau? I mean, for the engineers and the people on this team, this is a pretty big deal. They've had a bunch of failures, and this is super critical. These are people who really care about their program. So yeah, the Apollo program people, like, it was always a big deal when your stuff worked. So yeah, I don't blame them for crying. Johan says, rods from the gods. No, guys, the rods from God would look like a telephone pole. You wouldn't even see it enter the atmosphere. That's the idea, that you would use a kinetic bombardment, but it'd be maybe at most 2 or 3 feet wide, and it'd have a rocket booster on the back of it. You wouldn't be able to see it. A tungsten rod as big as that, you couldn't get into orbit. T-Reese says, are they doing tests for Golden Dome research? I mean, part of the reason why being able to go into low Earth orbit is where nuclear weapons went. The reason why they did the Russians came up with Sputnik was if we could put a satellite in orbit, we could put a nuclear weapon in orbit and bring it back down. So certainly there's probably telemetry data and data that's going to be given to the DoD. But no, this was mainly for the rocket testing. Angela says pollution in space. Now, this all burned up in the atmosphere or low level. So it was out of the atmosphere. It was in Earth before it fell apart. Also, there's a shitload of space pollution anyway. Tons of garbage in space. So, chat, let's get back to Judson Welcher here. Let's get back to this. Thanks for indulging me, chat.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard
Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data at 0.154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll go.
Oh, we're getting to something here. Uh-oh. Let's see what happened. We got another comment here I wanted to read. Referring to when Yannetti walked into court. No one shout they love Paul. Paul's sad. Paul just want affection. Paul want belonging. Paul's sad. Hell, it says they worked it out. If anything falls, it'll fall in the Gulf. I mean, the Gulf of America is pretty fucking big. But yeah. It started. They had slowed its descent. It started descending. So yeah, it was pretty much going to fall down in there. You can pick where these things land, pretty much. So yeah, we could put your mom in orbit, chat. Yes. Yeah, it's all military testing on some level. Yes. The Kessler syndrome. Well, yeah, but we haven't had that happen yet. Knock on wood. We don't want that to happen. That put us in the Stone Age very quickly. So none of the data will go to the DoD. It's still developmental and kind of useless to the DoD. Yeah, but it's just basic information on how these rockets operate and, information they might be able to use at some point. So you mean the Gulf of New Spain? Paul feed the rabbits. Paul sit with Lenny. Oh my God, I think they're bitching about how he's done so far because this is really not. I've not been impressed with this guy.
The speed.
Okay. All right, chat. Here we go. 3 hours in, we're making good time here. Cat Manning, how you doing, man? Yes, a very crazy day.
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there are two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:36, I guess another time to answer your question. Then we have
the 12:36. What does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
That's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
That sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive, a shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral, and I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what the trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shifting into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval. That's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, The system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stopped monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
All right. Yes, the Lexus box told everything. Well, Hold on here. Let me just make sure I heard him right.
The variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel.
So if it's 21, like, if that was like the deviation, like one of you guys said it before, society would fucking collapse if they were that far off. You can't have that with your fucking phones. Are we going to go to lunch? Chad, I think we're going to lunch here. So hold on. Let me pause this at 3:25. Let's see if we can refresh us and get closed captioning and a little more. There we go. We got what we need out of this. So we're going to, the way I have to do this, chat, you have to, if you don't reset the speed, it doesn't go back to the speed you were at. So looks like they're going to go to lunch, though. Oh, no, they just took a short break. Okay. Here we go. Of course, the objection's overruled, Bev.
Dr. Welch, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right?
Exactly.
Under the right. Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock
And that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155, not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that?
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds
You need to advance it 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you. You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative. And then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data and the steering angle for that Lexus. That's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure.
Okay.
So again, what we're trying to do is
So
we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does ART's predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after?
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry, you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely.
So he's got this
We
little
have
fucking
information
car
on the
there.
brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information
Well,
and using the acceleration data, calculating
Yeah.
the speed
this is so
in which
weird.
it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left.
Yep. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a T cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
and the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know obviously they're within the same mile.
If you could scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers.
I mean, are you
data
sure? Did
to
you check it out
calculate
to verify?
the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval. Then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total,
Yeah,
is that according
so-
to the data or is that?
And that's fine. But how does he know exactly why that stuff worked there? Did they recreate that data? Did he go out in the snow and spin his wheels? If he didn't, how does he know for sure what happened? Is all the data reading properly? I didn't hear any of that yet.
Entirety of the movement of that Lexus.
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point, 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
What is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
Yes, they are. They're saying, wow. So hi, Darcy.
The engine
Hope you're doing
RPM,
well.
Could you explain that?
Good to see
Sure.
you.
Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, so a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have zero brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
No, chat. All they're hearing is she was going 75% throttle, which sounds like a lot, and it is. They're probably hearing those things, and they're hearing the numbers match up. So remember, the state's case is built on the timeline. The defense's case should be built on fuck the timeline. You can't prove John got hit by the car.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then
You
brake
guys
switch
are
status,
awesome.
again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights.
We're not doing
0
the
is you're off the
case,
brake pedal.
chat.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You
Nope,
can
I'm
do
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19, 7.5, indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Yeah.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than the 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that's at 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay, so why don't we do that, Junior? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch.
So wait, did he just? And I want to make sure I heard this right. Hold
So why
on
don't we
here.
do that?
Continue.
Is this a good place to?
More or less.
So yeah, he doesn't really fucking know. Why doesn't he just say, "I don't really know what I'm doing here"? Like when you leaned up on the edge of the bench, like, do you know what you're doing?
Continue.
Is this
I'm
a
not
good place
impressed
to
with this
take
guy.
Luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay, so
Yeah,
why don't
more
we
or
do that,
less.
Junior? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So
You
right,
are
chat. We're at lunch. So let's see. They got a full lunch today. Ooh, buddy. All right, here we go.
Dr. Welch, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed
So-
to?
Real quick, we'll read through some other comments here. Catch everybody up. Does anybody at Aperture know what they're doing? Probably not. That's part of their job. Spud gun for £2 sterling, not King sterling. He says, Sean, are you ready to flip out yet? Yeah, I've heard about one of the things, but I don't know the rest of it. So yes, I'm told to get my angriness on. I'm jealous about they're getting a full lunch. Yes. Yes. I also I was talking to Bob Mata, and he says at one point the guy just says, well, that's because it's true. Like he completely says the one thing you're not allowed to say as an expert. So why can't we start arguing over video codecs and image scaling again? Yeah, well, not this one. Not this one.
Slide 35, please.
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay.
Yes,
So
this
when
is
we look at
ARCA
this slide,
you
I'm
have
gonna
at
ask you to
home.
Zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and
100%.
we can identify each category.
In
and
chat, look
discuss
at the time we're making here. We got 2 hours to go.
it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I convert it to minutes and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I used to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, I'm sorry.
There could be a bunch of mechanical issues he is not
a
diagnosed.
delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the tech stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we take into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response to the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you
I'm
have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the tech stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to.
Did he just say, God damn it? Did he just say, God damn it?
It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to.
He just said, God damn it. He just says, God damn it. What is he? Oh, what's he saying? God damn it about? This is where if I'm Alessi, hey, in the middle of your thing, you said, God damn it. What happened? What happened there? Did you fuck up?
Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the tech stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour.
So, I mean, I guess here's what I'm thinking, chat. I mean, it's a Lexus, so it's not like something we're watching at the fucking track. Well, like an LS1 dropped in it. But to get going in 90 feet, 23 miles an hour in reverse at 3/4 throttle, I don't know, man. I think you'd have to fucking stomp on that shit to get going that fast backwards. I mean, that's my thing. Well, remember, it's the 50 feet, it's the 30 feet plus the other one. Remember, it's the 30 feet forward and then the rest of it. So, yeah. That is, yeah, from 0 to 24 miles an hour and 20 yards in reverse in the snow. Sounds like the tires are spinning. Yeah, so, I mean, based on his logic, how do you know how fast she was actually going? She could have been going a lot slower. How does he know what her true speed was? Because isn't part of the argument that there was tire spin because it was snowing and shitty out? But either way, like, you've got to get on it to get going backwards. I mean, if you're in a normal cars, guys, think about the car you have outside. Assuming it's not a shitbox one. If you own a shitbox, sorry. But think about this. If you owned a shitbox or a normal car, like that car brand new, if you're sitting there and you just fucking stomp on it, it's not going to like, it's not like a rocket ship. There I go again doing this. It's going to kind of bog and then get going. But if you're trying to go forward, you're not going 25 miles an hour that fast. Like, it's going to take a minute. Some of this doesn't make sense to me. Here. And Nick, I agree. Like, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense in reverse. Going 20 miles an hour in reverse is really hard. Even at a dry time. Yeah, and 87 feet's long where Turtle Boy practiced. There's also no way the 53 feet back from the flagpole doesn't hit Higgins' Jeep. Well, there's that too. But also, guys, Nick Starro, friend of the show. Nick, I hope you're doing well, sir. And hope you're enjoying things over in Sweden. Guys, if you don't get the chance, take a look at Nick. He's got some great stuff out there. Demon's Wrath says the LX had 2 turbos. Those turbos are not going to spool up. I don't think they'll spool. There's not enough air. Like, you're not going to get those spooled up in reverse. So yeah, it did bog everything down. It's a 5.7. It's a 5.7. That doesn't matter. But yeah, well, it's not going to be geared for like shooting off the line. It's going to be its standard gearing package, which is not going to be hot. So that's why I'm just saying something here doesn't make sense. So she needed a runway to do this. No, but she needed a lot more room. That's what I'm thinking. Without crashing, is she a stunt driver? I don't know. I'm sending you the video of Turtle Boy trying to recreate it. Yeah, I've seen that video before. Blaine's Escape Corner says the salesman's perspective. It feels like Aperture was told what the cops thought happened and then said, yeah, the data could be that, rather than thinking. Oh, I think so, too. I think so. Yeah, your drag car could spin the tires at over 100 miles an hour while you're standing still, but it's meant for that. You know, a fucking Lexus, SUV is not going to do that. Yeah, but are they straight cut or helical gears in that transmission? I don't think you'd have any of that anyway. There's still a lot of issues here. It's an SUV. It's not bolting back. Well, that's my other thought too. So Maddie says, have I ever done a burnout? Yes, I have done a burnout. But I've also tried to mess around with cars going reverse, and I can tell you don't get going like that. But yes, I think there was a lot of wheel spin, so how fast was she going? I think the yard was 30 feet wide, though. It should come out on cross. It's a lot wider than 30 feet, but let's see here. It has a lot of power, but no. Not at that point yet. That's not a fast transmission. You're not doing J turns in that kind of car. Yeah, also remember Fairview Road curves, yeah. What's the data event, Ken? All this while drunk, too. Yeah, that's the other thing. The blogger doesn't always do it compared to a PhD. If we're doing credentialism, that's always a bad thing there. It's an automatic. It's got... Okay, well, fair enough. Let's see here. It's a fucking brick. Yeah, I definitely think it's a brick. Do most cars have reverse limiters? Yeah, but I mean, eventually you'll get it going. And also, Luke, did you send me the thing? Yeah, here we go. This is, we'll look at this real quick, chat. Turtle Boy hanging out there.
Filming or?
I'm filming right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So
Explain what we're doing.
we'll see this real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just roll, and whatever you want to do, I can just edit it.
All right.
So here's where Turtle Boy's going to start it. So here we go.
You want me to step on it?
Yeah, would you mind?
Nope. But then I can't follow you then.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
That looks about 90 feet. It's going to do it in his car. Okay, well, what kind of car you got? Let's see.
Want to grab the chalk?
Yeah, I'll get it when I
Okay.
Oh, he's got a Lexus too. Okay. So he's got his car's got some get up and go. It's not its turd box. It's not like a Chevy fucking Traverse or a Ford Escape. What the fuck? Is he going to do it?
Your trunk. Looks like he came home.
Okay, what kind of what kind of car is Turtle Boy got? He's got an LX 350 with all-wheel drive. Okay, that's going to be an issue here. LX 350. What kind of engines does it have? So it's going to be a 4-cylinder of some sort. Okay, probably a 2.5 4-cylinder. Okay, let's see what he's got here.
pulled over here to like wait for him to text back because Ryan Nago was behind there. So you want to be rude?
And guys, the way I understand it, John O'Keefe is going to be somewhere like, or I'm sorry, Brian Higgins' car is his Jeep somewhere right here. Am I correct, chat? That's about where he parked, right? That could be an L. Is it an RX 350? Yeah. Maddie's saying it's a 3.5 V6. Okay, well, there you go. And it's turbocharged. Yep, all right. But am I wrong? That's where Brian Higgins was parked with his shitty Jeep? His little gay Jeep? Yeah. No, Sweet Tooth, we're not with the trial yet. Okay, so let's keep going. So
that's where they decided to put the body right here. Basically, what we're going to try to see is if we can. They said she got to. First of all, why the hell would she pull all the way up there in front of that house?
Right.
So let me get like, what's the theory here? So John got out of the car right here alive. First of all, she drops him off. Why would she drop him off here instead of at the driveway, like a normal?
Where she does the turnaround, yeah.
John's gonna get out here and walk all the way diagonally across the lawn. Makes no sense, right?
And if she pulled ahead like
well, and also remember they show her doing the 3-point turn where that van is. Why wouldn't they hop out there?
I heard you say the other.
So at the reverse 62. You were the go 24 miles an hour in reverse.
That's a lot of fucking speed, dude. That's not a lot of ground to cover it.
Miles, and Jen looks out the window. I want to block it the possible way. So
all right, let's get to where he
well,
does
ended
it.
up like right here.
Let's get to where he does it. Okay, here we go.
I hit something?
You're on the curb.
Am I really?
Yeah, you're on the grass. No. You're still, your back tire is up.
How does he not know he's parked on the
You gotta
fucking
drive.
curb? Jesus. I mean, he got going, but I don't see him going 23 miles an hour there.
How fast did you go?
14.
14, wow.
I was about to say, yeah, it's like 10, 15 miles an hour, I bet, at most.
14. That was as fast. I mean, anything. I got to 13. I'm like scared.
Yeah,
Out of control at
Yeah.
14.
that looked fast to me too.
How fast? Like really fast?
Coming at me pretty
Keep in mind, guys, this is those all-wheel drive, so it's a little different.
fast. I kind of jumped a little bit out of the
Really
way.
hit the curb.
Yeah, you went right up on it.
I really.
Right where they
see the
think
tire
probably
mark.
Karen hit the curb.
Oh, I actually made a tire mark.
Yeah, right here.
So,
Free tire.
Oh yeah. But there was no tire marks when she did. She's better at this. She's really good at this.
I mean, that's a 1 in a million shot because there's an angle too. She would have.
so there we go, chat. That's what happens. How do you watch your speed by looking back? You don't. That's why you look forward and you kind of like, there you go. Yeah, there's no way that's 23 miles an hour. I think his last go, he barely hits it. Okay, well, let's see here. Let's see if he does it again. Okay, here we go. See, this guy's really fucking dangerous. I'd be standing by the fire hydrant just for protection. So I'm just saying, it's easy enough. Like, Turtle Boy even pointed it out. When you're going backwards like that, this gets really light in the rear end, and it's easy for it to kick around. It's fucking dangerous. But I'm glad he did the work. Although if they really want to do this, they could go to a parking lot and just fucking gun it backwards every once in a while. See if you could do that fast.
How was it?
17. It's a new record. I mean, I can't even, like, I went 2 up on that.
All right, well, let's see if he does it again. Let's see if he tries it again. All right, here we go. That's got to be close to 20, maybe.
I was pretty, I mean, that felt fast as shit.
Yeah, it looked fast.
I hit 19 miles an hour there. That was pretty, I mean,
That would going backwards at 20 mile an hour really fucking fast, you guys, if you've never done it. Okay, well, there we go. Coke Fairy says he is really retarded. No, that's a brilliant idea. Prove it with, like, this is shit Dr. Welcher didn't do. Can you really do this with the car? You know, the cops think this happened. Does your data match reality? So, he never got the tires squeak. He was trying. Yeah. That's literally what Law and Lumber did. Yeah. I don't know if Rob did this, but yeah, Rob did his thing with the wood on Johnny Depp stuff. If you drive a forklift and steering in reverse is a much easier concept. Yeah, but also it's a little different when you're on a forklift. Okay, so hold on here. Who did some math? David says 3,300 RPM in reverse would be about 21 miles an hour in an LX 570. God, that would have been whining as she backed up. That thing would have been making noise. Granola says they don't have a calibrated speed gun. Well, they don't need one. They're just showing how ridiculous the theory is. Trooper Paul allegedly tried this, yeah. So, anyways. So, we'll see here what happened. We'll see what happens.
felt fast as shit.
Yeah.
And you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
Yeah, 3,300 revs, and you're in reverse. That's going to be a fucking whining in reverse. That is going to be making fucking noise. That is not going to be, that's going to be rough on the fucking going in reverse like that for a car like this.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired in the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured.
Well, that's the other thing too.
or
74%
you
throttle is
ran
not getting
information
it.
about distances between different routes.
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go: Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you?
Exactly, and there's a good chance she would have fucking at that speed if she hit the brakes. She probably would have slid around or fucking spun backwards and did like it would have looked like a J turn probably. She probably would have backed up and fucking swung out into the street or swung up onto the on the yard.
Attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
At 23 miles an hour.
And what did you determine?
23 miles an hour in a 6,000-ton Lexus, that thing's going to handle like a fucking boat.
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event?
That's his expertise, engineering.
1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your?
Well, it's not just scientific certainty. He's an engineer. So it's about engineering certainty. So you can't say medical certainty or scientific certainty. There's nothing wrong with saying engineering certainty, because engineers deal in certainties for the most part. They have, like they have minimum, and all that. But no, there's nothing wrong with saying to an engineering certainty. That's an acceptable way to phrase it. That's why for the doctor up there, you say medical certainty.
Opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it. So
Wait, what did he just say?
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So get the answer again.
So like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the backing maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the tech stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32.
That still doesn't mean anything to me.
04 and 12:32:12.
Okay.
So I
end
now
of the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this case.
What?
At some point,
Okay, so yeah, like nobody disagrees. Like, okay, fine, he's in the area. That doesn't mean shit now. But okay.
you tried to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview.
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss
What
Reed's
about the
vehicle is
color?
on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate.
It's also a lot older. Did you get it inspected, like mechanically, everything?
Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word photogrammetric?
Photogrammetic. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs.
It's critical to buy the same car if you're saying that it could do all the things. So if they'd bought any other car, it wouldn't be appropriate. So no, this is scientific. You buy the exact same thing. Can we duplicate things with the exact same equipment? That's scientific. That's actually something you should do forensically. If they're trying to show is this even possible, they have to do it with the exact same car. Otherwise, it wouldn't be valid. I actually agree with them here. It'd been funny if Karen was driving a Koenigsegg and like watch them try to buy one of those fuckers. It's like 10-year wait.
And some of the dimensions of things in the image get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
Funny, wasn't there fucking arguments in the last case there was no contact at all by the state? Wasn't that part of Lally's argument before? There was no contact? Wasn't that part of their arguments? They had like Trooper Paul come on and say there was no contact? I think so.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate.
Yeah, they're
which is
finally
how many
admitting
video
it.
frames are played per second.
They're finally
Your
fucking
normal
admitting
kind
it.
of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time.
Yeah.
So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. The Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene, but notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed a slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera.
Okay.
It's the same container for the MP4, and it's
Okay.
using the same video codec. Video codec
I'm an
is
MP5
how
guy myself,
computer
but I get
encodes
it.
the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D
Okay.
coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact
Okay.
position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's the subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch
Right back, Chad. Hold on.
one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video. There's a laser scan. There's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this we have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks, create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged, and we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight. But yet the lower taillight also.
Chat, some of you guys are wondering why this is being done. Because remember, part of the defense's theory is, well, Karen cracked it backing into the car. He's trying to say the taillight's too far back and the bumper protruded. So that's their argument. That's what they're trying to show.
So it was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide over, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. I don't know what happened this time.
Okay, now he's just fighting like a boomer with his PowerPoint.
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this.
So, Chad, I don't know the answer to this. Has John O'Keefe's car been in evidence this entire time, too? I hope so.
Slide. This is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after
Okay,
the defendant's
how the fuck are you going to find them? Because the remember, some of those fragments are so fucking small. How are you going to find them unless it's a massive shard there, motherfucker? Come on. Some of the glass is clear, so how the fuck do you know if it's there? You fucking scam artist.
just touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did.
Did you
Consider speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the taillight that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Ms. Lee's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay. And when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
You can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr.
Wow, chat. Did you guys not know that? Wow. Thank you for helping us, sir. Maddie says, Sean, caution, there's picks. Why? So anyways, here we go.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe at the time of this incident was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the...
Okay, this guy's a fucking ghoul. Are they really, like, seriously fucking doing this? Seriously? Seriously? Are you fucking serious right now? This is the most autistic shit I've ever seen. All right, I guess we'll keep going here. You're not wearing pants right now? Interesting.
Background, we have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill.
I hope you fucking get a basal skull fracture, you fucking toolbox.
Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top.
So either the lights were broken before and all these jagged things hit John O'Keefe, or this taillight's a fucking explosive anti-personnel mine that ejects fragments of polycarbonate everywhere. I guess we'll see.
Top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
It's meant to increase downforce in the back end of the car.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus.
Hold on, wait, he's going to walk into it? If he's walking this way, that would imply John O'Keefe was walking across the street. Why would John O'Keefe be walking into the car and its lane of travel? That makes no sense. John O'Keefe would have been going this way to the fucking house. Holy fucking shit. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any damn sense at all. I mean, I'm not like, doesn't work. It doesn't work here. This is so stupid. This is so stupid because his theory is John's walking into the car. Doesn't make any sense. He's going this way. So his back would be to it. Relativistic velocities doesn't... He wouldn't have walked that direction anyway. It doesn't matter. Bass Kicker says, reminder, this guy gets paid more than 95% of chat. That doesn't mean he's the dumbest faggot that ever walked the block still. There are a lot of dumb faggots that make a lot of money. You know, Hank Brennan said, here, suck my dick and I'll give you money. And this guy sucked Hank Brennan's dick. That doesn't mean he's smart. It means he sucked dick for money. So, like, Jesus Christ already.
With my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear taillight. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second. But
it doesn't work. You're not drunk. You're like bracing yourself. You're knowingly doing something. You're not sticking to the original parameters of the incident. This is not scientific. It sounds scientific, but it's not.
Ends up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angle.
That's reasonable doubt. We don't know how it happened. Reasonable doubt.
And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side slight collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output.
Okay.
And so from the tech stream data,
so it's not repeatable. Therefore, this is not scientific. If you can't recreate results, like, this is not scientific. Science guys, please tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, so this is completely shitty. You can't recreate it. This is so fucking retarded. This is a plausible guess, yeah. Yeah, can you create the... Steve Cooper says I'm wrong? How am I wrong? You're wrong, you're wrong. Your mom's wrong. Automata for $2 says, so you do not have finger paint on your bingo card? No, I did not. Not for a company charging hundreds of thousands of dollars and trying to lock a woman in a metal box for the rest of her life. Like, that's the thing here, chat. You have to rely on this retard and his hillbilly gym associate to lock this woman away forever in a metal fucking box. You have to rely on them. Corey Cast for 10 New Zealand dollars. Thank you, Corey. He says, as a mechanical engineer, we start problem solving at first principles to rule out impossibilities. Guessing this guy didn't do that because it would prove that no car hit John. Well, I think there's an argument that it could have, but they have to do far more to show that could have happened. Wrestler Town says, I'm about 5.5 inches hard. Okay. I place my thumb and pointer finger on the base and the tip. And then holding my finger in place, I spider walk my hand from the ground to the taillight to ascertain its height. Thank you, Wrestler Town. And Corey, thank you so much for your idea there. But yes, this was not scientifically done here. This is not science at all, chat. You never went to engineering school. I didn't go to a lot of schools. I didn't go to medical school, but I also know cutting someone's head off is not a good idea. I didn't go to medical school. I mean, like, I know a lot of things are bad. You're a monster. That's fine. Oh, you said to say you're wrong. Okay, thank you, Steven. Yes, and he used the data from his coworker, Hillbilly Jim. He's like, well, I done reckon. I don't know. It's like my granddaddy hit them possums. Anything could happen. And then Judson. I was waiting for some hillbilly, but he's not a hillbilly. Judson's like, well, that sound about right. This is the sad part. Okay, well. I'm an actual scientist. I hate this guy. Titan says they can get that guilty verdict. Easy dub. Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part. They can get a conviction on this crap. It's scary. He's a PhD. Great. A lot of doctors commit malpractice. So it gets better, I guess. Here we go. So, yes, I am a hollerin'. So here we go.
I don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstruction.
If you don't know the impact speed, why are you talking about 23 miles an hour? If you don't know the impact speed, why did you mention 23 miles an hour? You have no fucking idea when he got hit. He could have get hit at 5 miles an hour. You don't fucking know. Apparently one of the dogs went potty. Good stuff. But if you don't know, then how do you come in and talk about this? You fucking retard. Stop scaring the dogs. Well, you scare the dogs. Yeah, PhD doesn't mean smart. Yeah. I have a law degree and I do retarded things once in a while. It doesn't mean nothing. They're sinking their company. No, they're not. No, they're not. These guys, here's the thing. Aperture has stated, we will suck dick for money. And in criminal cases and in civil cases, there are going to be parties that need their dick sucked and are willing to pay money for it. So Judson Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and all the other people at Aperture will never run out of business because there will always be dicks to suck. Whores don't lose the job. Whores are a job-proof industry. It's economy-proof. It's recession-proof. There will never be a shortage of people who need whores that will suck their dick. And Aperture will suck dick like none other. They're not going to lose, even if they lose here. People are going to go look at them and go like, hey, we need somebody who can suck our dick. These Aperture guys will suck dick. And Aperture's like, yep, give us enough cash. So, it ain't red, it's pink. Oh. So, Jeff says, really? Yeah. Hacks abound, man. There's hacks everywhere. In medical circles and malpractice, there's basically like a quack directory. You could find a doctor that'll support almost anything. There's entire quack directories out there. Trust me, man. There are experts who will support whatever the fuck you're willing to pay them. All over the country. Unforced Ego for $20. Thank you. Saying, Sean, this argument seems more like this is hypothetically possible rather than this happened beyond a reasonable doubt. I hope the jury can mentally model collisions well enough to realize how stupid this is. Well, I'm assuming Alessi's just sitting there polishing his dick, getting ready, but we'll see. We'll see here. But thank you for the super chat. Jeff says, have some class. These guys are trying to put a woman in a steel box for the rest of her life, doing slipshod bullshit. No. Class went out the window a long time ago. So. This is why I pay to be a member. This is unfiltered content. Yes. Yeah, the dicks don't suck themselves. So. Should Alessi spit on it? Well, he should spit on Welcher when he's done. But anyways, let's keep going. Let's keep going here.
You typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started.
So this is all hypothetical. This is all speculation and conjecture. You have no goddamn idea what happened. Why are we here right now then? Well, I gosh, golly, don't know. Could have been anything.
So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may.
Really, he's going to reinforce the Trooper Paul's, like the fucking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, jump, flip, pirouette kick shit. That's what he's really going to reinforce this, that you could do the fucking spinning pirouettes or what the fuck do they call those in dance where you can stay in one spot and you're doing them. And it's like a skill the more and more you can do. Like he's really going to co-sign Trooper Paul? What a fucking retard.
So slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side.
Okay.
So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different.
Why at very low speeds? Why not at full speed? Remember, he doesn't have injuries from the car crash. He got a little boo-boo on his knee. And he got some squapies on his arm, right? The fall is what killed him. So why the fuck let that bitch hit you at 23 miles an hour. Let it hit you. I know why, and you know why, chat. You know why? You know why he didn't let them do it? Because here's what happens. He gets hit and gets fucking thrown under the car and dies. That's why he didn't let it happen. That's why he didn't let it happen. There's a reason why. I don't want to fucking die. It's really dangerous. Why? I thought the car just made you spin like a ballerina. Or like dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. That's what happened, isn't it? Isn't that what happened? You went woo, 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 off the screen. Not, oh my God, I'm dying. What the fuck? Hack a shack, man. Hack a shack. Clip this shit too if you want.
Angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2.
That doesn't work. You're expecting it. You're maintaining your balance. Like you're not drunk. You don't have stability. Like how does this work? Like you notice he's like, ah, and he's like, oh, I'm spinning. It's like, come on, man. Come on. Look at this shit.
That's me showing I'm doing test 2.
Yeah, see? His arm's locked out. He's holding his arm locked out, too. Too bad his car didn't fucking run over. I bet Hillbilly Jim's up in front. I wish he would have run him the fuck over. That would have been justice in this world.
This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
It's because you're set that way. Look, you're planning for it. All that. This is not scientifically duplicated. You're not doing this according to any parameters. Like, how do you know John was standing like this? What? Maybe John's standing in a neutral stance where his feet are shoulder width apart. Why do you have him in a boxing stance where it makes it easier for you to open up to your right? I hope Alessi brings this up, or Rentschler and Wolf do. But when you're opening up in a stance like this and you get hit, it's easy for you to peel out that way. Notice if he had been standing there with both feet, guess what happens? You know why both feet aren't right here? Because he gets fucking knocked over. And he falls over sideways. There's a reason why he opens his hips up. Because that way the car hits him here on the arm. If he stood like this, he'd get hit right here on the side of the hip. And maybe sucked underneath the car. I'm not even a biomechanical expert and I got this figured out. Dr. Sean, medicine man. Yes. Apparently I'm peeking out my microphone. Do you think I yell at juries like this? Not like that, but I do get loud if I have to. But guys, think about this. Listen, all of you, anybody out there, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Because none of that makes sense. He doesn't know how John was standing. He can't replicate injuries. He can't do anything that works here, chat. This is so fucking scummy. This is scummy as shit. This is scummy as shit. Remember, if John stood here, gets thrown over, maybe run over. But you know what? Let's say you change up the stance. And John's got his foot here in his right foot. I'm sorry, his left foot. His left foot's back. Guess what happens? Like, John flies over. Like, there's a reason why he's set up in this position. It makes it easier for him to do his gay little fag pirouette. That's why it's set up like this. This is entirely bull. This is not acceptable at all. This is meant for him to spin off. If you don't believe me, chat, think about it. Set yourself up like that. If your left foot is leading and you want to turn, you can turn. You know, it's easier if your feet are square and you want to turn. Okay. But try it the other way. Okay? Put your right foot back. I'm sorry, hold on here. Yeah, he's got to have his right foot back. He's got his glass. And now look away he goes. And you get hit. And you get hit now here. Your body's opened up and your arm's opened up. If you turn sideways, now your whole body's getting hit. This doesn't work. This just facilitates. And I guarantee you he's also spinning around on the balls of his feet. And he lets this foot drag or lift up as he goes. This is completely manipulated. You know what? Hold on. Let's go slow. Let's go slow and see this. God, Alessi, Jackson, I hope you guys are ready for this tomorrow. Let's watch. Let's watch. Yeah, see? He spins off his foot. And he spins along the car. Notice that. That gets him out of the way so he doesn't get run over. He's terrified of getting run over by a 6,000-pound car. I guarantee you. I guarantee you he's terrified of getting run over by the car because that's, I hope they address this. Fucking around near the wheels is always dangerous. You get sucked under. Very easy in a car. Like, that's why, have you guys ever seen videos of like cars just people being along the edge of the roads? If you get caught the wrong way, you're sucked under a car. You're sucked into a wheel well. So this is all garbage. I guarantee you he's doing his best not to get run over, which completely defeats how this would have been done in real life. You know, this is what they did. This is what they did. This is just absolute horseshit. This is such horseshit. Why won't it? I guess we'll go to 1.25 and back to this. So, yeah, he leans. Yeah. Yeah, even if that stance 24 miles an hour would have broke his damn arm. That would have broken his arm at 24 miles an hour. But yeah, him playing dress up, God, I would have fired him as a thing there. Aldous, notice what didn't happen. The glass didn't break. I agree. Yeah, this is he almost caught his heel on the tire. I know. But yeah, the car, yeah, he leans into it. I know. Just think about it. Why is there only blue paint on the light? Wouldn't you want to put a different color paint on the rest of the car to show where the parts of the body get hit? Well, yeah, but not like that. So, Kale says, look at the link you sent me. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. There's a reenactment of Alexis hitting an arm. Okay, well, here we go. Where is it? Okay, which video? Okay, are these the people who did it and they blew up an arm? Okay, I guess, is this it? Is it? I don't know, chat. I don't know which video. There's a bunch of them, KLF. So I need you to help me here. So you got to tell me. There's reenactments of the Lexus hitting an arm here. Let's see if I can find the other ones. Okay. All right, let's see here, chat. Is this it? No, not it. Sorry, I'm trying to go through all these because I'm trying to find the one that shows what they do. No, I don't see any. Like, where do they? How do I don't know what I'm looking at here. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at with these. So you gotta help me a little more. He's got a bunch. That's what I mean. I don't know which one to look at. So, are these the people who did the one where they hit the car and they hit it at speed and the arm exploded? I don't know which one they are. So, I don't know. So, if you guys know what I'm talking about, there's somebody who does a video where they hit the arm with the car and the arm basically disintegrates. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes, you can see how things move, but at 2 miles an hour, you're only going 10% speed. That's not indicative of anything. No, okay, guys, look. Fine, here. Which video are we using, chat? Which video do we use? I'm not going to sift through them all. I tried sifting through a couple. Find me the video, we will watch the video. So, that is the thing. Find me the video, tell me which one, we'll watch it. Well, we're not watching all of them. Are you on live chat or top chat? I'm in StreamYard to show everything. So that's why I'm just saying, like, guys, there's a million of them. So which one's which one? And then there's more up here. So I don't know which one's which. So, I mean, are these the guys who did it? Like I said, I don't know. So, like I said, you guys help me figure, like, if you can figure out which one it is, we'll watch it. So. Choose on the vibes. Arm versus tail, I'd be my guess. I looked at that one. It didn't look like they had it in there. So let's just get back to this for now. Okay. Well, that's things got stopped. Apparently, one of the reporters said the jury was paying attention intently. So, which is kind of sad. So, let's I don't know what happened here, but are they on a break? Let's see.
Ask them what to do.
Okay, there we go.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us,
Okay, I don't sound like Ricada yelling at like at them or you guys. I mean, like I don't know which one it is. So, but I can't call him a dumb. I can't call him a dumb whore. He's just a retard.
this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
But in no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion
All right, chat. Hold on. Sorry.
with the driver about what we need to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or given a
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2.
Okay, chat. Actually, here's great. Here's the dynamic test. Here's a real dynamic test. And this is from BN Trouble 31. Here's a dynamic test. Here's a car going 25 miles an hour, probably. There you go. Yeah.
Right on this corner piece, I hit about right here. But if I would have gotten a...
That's what it would take. That's the force Jen hit him with. That's not even proper because it's not even the full mass of the vehicle. But there would have been a lot of force imparted into John O'Keefe. Would have broke his fucking arm.
Higher hit, it might not have busted it at all.
So.
It would have cracked it, but it wouldn't have broke that whole section off the bottom. But I've got the bottom reinforced. I've got the sides reinforced. I've got the...
If it was a low-speed swipe, why are we worried about 23 miles an hour, Kate? We don't know how he hit. Remember, they're talking about 23 miles an hour. I'm only going off their experts. I don't know how you can't explain them.
Top reinforced. Might do another one just because I've got the arm and I'm here. Look at the bone that's broken. I broke both arms.
There you go, chat. You would have
bones
broken
in-
your ulna and
Here's
your
Buddy's
radius.
arm.
Would have been a complete fracture.
He's got a crack.
You'd probably destroy your elbow. You'd have severe elbow damage too, and joint damage. So yeah, this would be really bad at any speed.
Broken elbow.
And remember, Katie, Judson Welcher just didn't show a side swipe. He showed getting hit. So I'm just telling you that's what the experts are saying. They couldn't redo a side swipe. And still, a side swipe hard enough to put John into the snow. You know, force is mass times velocity. It's a lot of mass and it's a lot of velocity, so that means a lot of force. And he didn't have any marks. So doesn't make sense. The math don't math.
Elbow is broken. Those two bones in the forearm are
Yeah, your
completely
shoulder joint would be
contused.
toast as well.
It was just from the impact. His wrist is broken. See the bone dislodged right there.
Mass times acceleration, whatever, close
That
enough.
knuckle's damaged.
Acceleration, not velocity. I tried. I only have a political science degree, chat. Forgive me.
But the fractures right here, those are definitely from the impact, and the broken elbow is definitely from the impact.
So there you go, chat. This would have been brutal. It would have been devastating. Now let's watch these dipshits try it again.
So again, this is the view from behind.
That's not a side swipe, Kate. Kate, that's not a side swipe. That's not a side swipe. So why are they doing this? Why are they introducing bullshit data if that's not what happened? Why are the experts doing false things if that's not what happened? I don't know why you're going to answer that, but okay.
Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
So.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it.
Yes, YouTube crapperture. Yes.
About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted,
Wait.
Mr. Lacey.
Wait, hold on. What did he just say?
About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
this
that's
is
noted,
entirely
Mr.
not
Lacey.
scientific.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
In that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. It was 115.
Thank you.
This is so
Slide
retarded.
116. What I've done is
This
I've
is so retarded.
taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly.
You don't
but for
fucking
these
know.
to be,
You just say you don't know.
Taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal
Okay.
scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level.
How hard do you have to hit something? Like, how much force do you have to impart with a pair of blue jeans? I mean, I get it, they're jeans. But what was on those jeans that can impart a scuff like that? That requires a hell of a mark and a lot of force. That's the kind of mark you get from hitting another object that isn't moving, like another car or a bollard in a parking lot. A person wearing jeans will not leave a mark like that. And let's say they did leave a mark like that. Their leg is probably snapped in half. Once again, this doesn't make any sense. Did he leave some paint on his leg to show how he can impart the mark there too? No, because he'd have to risk getting run over. That's because that mark is not from John. Because also, why is it angled down? It's got a downward trajectory. It's a downward trajectory, not a neutral trajectory. So what the hell happened? Was John like going down? Like I said, was he doing something weird? This doesn't make any sense. This is not consistent at all.
For Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am. 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's.
This doesn't
right hip.
work.
So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119.
Stonewash
reconstructed
sheets. Har.
Photograph of the rear taillight showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the tail.
Hey, this is the miracle. He got fucking hit by a car and he suffered no injuries till he slipped and fell. Praise be Jesus.
Light, they'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the two yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph
this
on the
is.
top right-hand
I
corner
would have
that's
objected
important
if I
to
was
zoom
them
in
and say this is way too much shit at once, but okay.
and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station.
Also, apparently, these are like fucking landmines that just send shrapnel everywhere. It's like a claymore. The army should buy these instead of landmines. They'll save money.
Showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Okay, wait. That's where you're saying the scuff is right there? Okay, we need to rewind this because if that's where the scuff is, that's... I don't... where are you at here? Okay, if that's the scuff, here we go. Couldn't happen because guess what? All this damn clothes are in the way. So there's no scuff right here. Congratulations, Judson Welcher. You done fucked yourself. The math doesn't work. If you're like that right here, it doesn't work. I thought you were trying to say it was down here or down here. But if you're saying it's up here, you're wearing, John O'Keefe is wearing this. So did he get hit with such force? He's like, whoa, my shirt's up and I'm spinning my kickflip jump. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. The math does not work. How does that work? You're wearing stuff. I mean, it gets... How much more worse can this get? How much more worse can this get? I mean, I'm not going to lie. I didn't see people bitching about this point, but Twitter, looking at this in the world. If he's wearing a shirt and a sweater, he can't leave marks with his jeans. It doesn't work this way. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Wow. This guy go to fucking Coney Island Community College too? Were him and fucking Shannon roommates?
Of the left.
Okay, we need to go back to where we were. Sorry, chat. I think we were like right here. We were here, I think.
The middle back of the car.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle?
Yes.
Like back where the doors are?
With the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle?
There were scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So if there are identical scuff marks along the bumper, does that mean now is your theory John O'Keefe got like boom, 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 boom along, like, is the theory now that John O'Keefe got like scuff mark, scuff mark, scuff mark, scuff mark, scuff mark? No. So that means you'd rule it out, you morons. Be scientific. That means this doesn't work. The math does not work.
So this is showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration.
A 0.5 centimeter abrasion means 1 inch, chat. He got a boo-boo. He got a scrape.
On his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear fin,
But it doesn't match everything else.
rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a ½ centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the proximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops.
Did you get a boo-boo on your knee? Was there any transfer of boo-boos or ouchies to your knee? And remember, he got abrasions on the inside of his pants, but there were no punctures there. So how did that work too? Let's go, biomechanic man. Let's go. Let's go, Judson.
So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee would be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes, Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the text
Doesn't
stream
work.
data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, actually the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:50, 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you
Okay.
see here is
All right.
was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And the slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m.
Oh my God!
So
What
a
is this
series
shit?
of photographs.
What
Again, you
is
can
this
see in the
garbage?
right-hand photograph that this is the roadway, this is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe was found, up against in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb.
Okay. How do you explain the
Baseball
shoes
hat.
coming off? Did
Again,
you do any of
wired
that?
up, same baseball hat, Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to side, right?
Wait, what did he say here?
There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give
So
Yeah, he can't say
I'm
that.
going to sustain that objection and strike the last part.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to side.
He can't talk
Just
about
describe the
that.
color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken?
This
by
is
the
funny
Connecticut
for
Police
the
Department?
different reasons. We'll get to this.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I haven't dated as February 3rd, but I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129. Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries
Okay.
are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts.
That wasn't the case here, though. John's head injuries weren't fatal like that. His head injury was fatal from striking the ground. Your in John's injury up here wasn't fatal.
This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, this is where it's like, okay, he did take some medical classes. He took some medical classes, but this is a bit fucking much. But I guess they're letting it in for some reason. I don't know.
Autopsy report, the lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics, and
That's
forensics
not
just
really
means
that
the
drawing doesn't really
legal-related
demonstrate how that came in.
scientific
here, but-
industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
Yeah.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike. Yes, yes. So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it out of the screen.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay,
Turn
you
off the
can continue.
TV for a second and let him flip.
So
the
I provided
thing.
peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls.
Hat brim
versus blows or
analysis.
assaults.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
And
doesn't
so
sound right.
This metric is in that scientific literature.
Yes, yes.
looked at a
We
total-
watched a Stars Jumper rocket scientist chat. We're astrophysicists now, just like he is medical.
Total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down. I'm going to see you inside. Please.
Oh, okay. Well, ooh, we're going to a sidebar. I mean, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens.
Yes, right. Is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay.
Yes.
Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript?
Yes, right.
What's going on? Is this Wolf or Rentschler right here? What's going on? Is this one of the is that one of the Arca
Mr.
guys?
Leslie, Mr. Brennan.
Is this one of the fucking Arca dudes? Hat brim line analysis is real. Oh my god. Well, is this one of the Arca guys? Go back and look at the slides. Evidence JOK was hit by a car. Well, that's bad. They should have fucking yelled at that. Who the fuck is this guy right here with the bowl cut?
Is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Yes, right.
Yes. Absolutely.
No talking, court still in session.
We're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says. On each one of them. Thank you. And now, and I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to be made.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Leslie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor, yes. 124.
Uh-oh. They're deleting slides now. Let's see what happened. I don't know what happened here.
123, I have.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
Oh, it's the defense guy that sits at the
123
camping
Mike's one.
table.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No.
And we can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
Oh, so there's a problem. Okay, let's get the slides sorted.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Confer with Dr.
Get it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so they're gonna fix stuff. All right.
Subject to going-
There may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
Does he? Okay, so this must have been the whole evidence John O'Keefe got hit thing. Like a fucking retard.
Wait to me, Mr. Leslie. From here.
The battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's get to. Okay. Let's go here.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Huh.
Is that me or?
The Wolf intern, not Arca. Yeah. Oh, he's the IT guy. He just got his law degree. Nice.
132 or 133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Going. There we go. Now, you mentioned that there were studies that talk about guiding the difference between.
Oh, damn it, Hank. Talking in the microphone.
Explain that.
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults.
Okay.
So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And M or S, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So
Yeah.
that means we go down
Okay.
this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture,
This makes
what
sense
they've
so far.
indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
So he fell. He wasn't assaulted. Remember, murder is assault. I mean, like, if we want to get all faggoty about it, we can do that.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did. So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto.
It's 9.8 meters per second squared. That's the rate of free fall. See, I know science. I know science. I know science. 9.8 meters per second squared. You don't know any of the direction. You don't know the velocity impacted into him. You don't know anything. So yeah, right now I heard him saying that's the fall.
A hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can
Hold
see,
on one second.
noted to be abrasions right here. Ron, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can-
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay, so wait, what did he say here? Hold on.
May I put it on?
Okay, sorry, 2.0 distracted me. What's going on here? So, come on. Why are you doing this? We're almost done. Ah.
There'd be abrasions right here.
Yes, I
Ron,
have the
brought
best
a
science.
hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie?
Absolutely not. No. 9999999. No, you are not going. You're not wearing a hat, sir. No. Fine, if you're doing this, I'm fracturing your skull and killing you. Maybe that's what Alessi should agree to. Fine, I'm running you over the car then, sir. Oh. You don't get to wear your John O'Keefe
Are
cosplay.
you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
You don't get to wear your John
So,
O'Keefe cosplay, sir.
I will show you the dummy testing I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground and the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will
Yeah,
drag
snap the
and
head
slide
back.
objects
Yeah.
up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing.
What?
Again, this is a
What?
crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself.
So you mean a crash test dummy who doesn't have hair and the thing's not done to the consistency of skin? You mean that thing? So it's not exact. It's anatomically correct in proportions of geometry, but not materially correct.
You're giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What
Yeah.
you see is if you
That's literally every knockout video we've ever watched.
fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head.
Yeah, guys, if you fell on this surface here, this is concrete, that crack your skull and kill you too. It doesn't take much. That's why I mentioned this before. When you fall from a standing height nowadays of first aid treatment and medical treatment now, there's a presumption you have a cervical spinal injury because falling from the standing position can cause it. That's why when people who have gunshot wounds and they're laying on the ground, there's a presumption they suffered some sort of cervical spinal injury because they fell down uncontrolled. So yes, this is the thing. We talked about this before. That's not really an issue for me so far. Let's see what he gets into.
If you compare that to data in the science, yeah.
Also, that chart looks very old, but I would agree with that.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can largely tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is the occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there was called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 60 or 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Lindsay?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question.
So, you don't have to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available.
Well, hold on here. What? Hold on. Let me see here. 2.0 just sent me a text. I need to take a look at what's going on here. Oh, so he's had analysis deemed unreliable before. Is this at an appellate level or something? I don't know. So I don't know. All right, we'll have to take a look at this later. I don't know what happened here, guys. So we got to back up just a bit.
I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
No, you don't get to do that.
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Lindsay?
I do on this question, Your Honor.
Yeah, you got to be able to explain this shit, you pussy.
Reading from a report to this question.
So, you don't have to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Ms. Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
So I'm gonna strike that. I'm gonna see.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't say that. Oh, you can't say that's what happened. You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that, and that's what happened. That is you are an expert, and you have that. You're some sort of swinging dick PhD, and you give an answer like that. That's fucking amateur hour. Well, that's what happened. That's the fact, Jack. It's like, how the fuck do you know? Paul's sitting there like, Paul wish he could finger paint. Paul like blue. Blue paint sound fun. Paul paint on his arm when child. Peggy got mad at Paul. Paul not allowed to play with paint anymore. Well, there's a guy at his little camping table. I'm helping. He is actually doing a critical role there, guys. Keeping shit in order. How the hell did he get away with skipping class? And all this shit. I mean, but it's a hell of a pedigree to have, like, as you're starting out in law. Like, I worked the Karen Reed murder trial.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're
Okay,
starting
so
an hour
there's-
late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Oh, an hour later tomorrow. Okay.
We'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I forgot.
Okay. Okay.
It's okay. I came in early this morning and set up. Welcome. I mean, we don't really.
All right. Paul liked lead paint. Tastes great. Yes. Paul nearly killed someone in a drunk driving accident. The irony. Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
All right.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So just
equipment.
leave
Sorry,
everything
move that.
here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right, so Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Okay, let's get to this.
Let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar. That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number one is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, you have to think whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So, by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That
Yes.
question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision.
Motherfucker, that's their job. Also, opening statements are not evidence. Opening statements are not evidence, Hank. Their job is to say what did happen or what will happen, what will be shown, what won't be shown. And then they also, yes, and at the end, guess what they also tell the jury? You're going to find him not guilty. Yes, I'm invading their province. I'm invading like it's a Sudetenland. Because I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to. The expert is not. Jesus Christ, Hank.
Over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes a stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit.
Is Hank kind of like waving that there was a third charge? I mean, because there's three. There's three things. Are we just like, are we punting on the third one?
Prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't. He did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with
That's
her
not
Lexus
right,
in
Hank.
front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it.
If you don't have to, why are you doing it? If you know you're not running astray of anything, why are you doing it? Don't act like that's a Nick Rekieta answer. I didn't have to do it. You're doing it for a reason because you know you don't want to cause problems. Because you're worried about getting overturned.
Is relying on the test stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe, and he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision. Putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case one. Here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. and it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me, and I have the report.
Is that a new one or is that a?
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has decent writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you.
Get him, Alessi.
So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came
We
in
already know
to
your ruling.
evidence.
We already know your ruling. You're going to let them do whatever they want. You're going to bend Karen over and send her to prison. We already know what you're doing, Bev. Don't act like you're doing this to be the right person.
Today.
You're a disgusting judge. Absolutely disgusting judge. So, I don't know what to tell you, chat. And hold on here. What's this? Somebody just sent me. Is this the Ag? Is the thing you sent me the case where he's deemed unreliable? Because this is, let's see here. I'm trying to see. I think this is it. Okay. Hold on. Let me open up my OSBA, Ohio State Bar Association. Let's open this up. You guys, Ag's like, you can use Westlaw. I'm like, honey. I'm just like, he said, like, you can use Westlaw. It's like, brother. You think we afford Westlaw in this operation? Yeah, I don't have Westlaw. I can't find it. You think I got Westlaw? You know how much that shit is a month? I'd have to be out the truck stop sucking dick for Westlaw. I mean, oof. No, I got Decisis, which is a Lexus product. It's a bit watered down, but it's still Lexus. All right, so let me see here. I thought that was Ag, it was so cute. You're like, well, you could use this. It's like, you're so cute. All right, let me see the case here. Let me look this up. Apparently, Welcher got BTFO'd in court. Let's see. All right, so it's Johnson v. Safai. Okay. That's not showing up, Ag. Are you sure that's the right name? Because that's not popping up that way. Case link Texas Fort. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can. It's in Massachusetts, right? Service is no longer available. Oh, hold on. Somebody just messaged me. What did you just send me, 2.0? No. Send me stuff in a... Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Westlaw is $600 a month for the big boy plan. Yeah. Fuck all that noise. Less than $100 a month is. I wish it was. I use Temu Lexus pretty much. Yes, you're in law school. You get to cheat. Yes, that's the way law school they do it. They get you hooked on. You get unlimited power Lexus and unlimited power Westlaw, and then they hook you. That's how they do stuff. Ah. If you need a case, let me know. Thanks, Unliked. I mean, I guess, well, I don't know where the hell this case is. It doesn't help me right now. Stephen Cooper says for $2, Sean could barely afford Lexington law. Thank you. Atlas Divide says, thank you for being here, man. Says the library is West Lawn, Louisiana. Just connected with the public library websites. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff there. Let's see. Nima says $600 a month, 2 hours of your time. I understand, but that adds the way they run those things. That's how it starts, and then very quickly the rates go. So you get $600 a month for like a year, and then after that they break you. They break your back. Yes, Westlot Times will charge per line, depending per search, depending on your contract with them. They kind of do all kinds of stuff. They do all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, Johnson v. Safai. I cannot find that just Googling it. This does not. Yeah, Massachusetts. See if that shows up anywhere. Yeah, that's not showing up either. Yeah, guys, because I'm looking at it. Well, hold on here. Let's see if I can try this again. Massachusetts. Johnson v. Safai. It's showing California, you mean, right? It's a California case, right? Okay, that's part of the issue here. I thought this was in that'll help me. Okay, now I found Safai. Let's see here. Let's that helps me. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here we go, chat. This is what you're talking about here. Johnson v. Safai. We'll open this up. Download ready. Okay, here it is. Johnson v. Safai. It's got negative treatment, though. It's not to be published in official reports. It's not for publication, so it's not precedential. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I think I found the one you're looking for, though. I think I found the one you're looking for. All right. Okay. At trial, Safai called a biomechanical engineering expert, testified the data and crash test didn't generate sufficient lower back distance. Yada 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 yada. Okay, where's Welcher? This must be it, because that's what somebody was saying here. Yeah, based on this. Okay, so all right, here we go. This is where Welcher shows up. Yeah, okay, here we go. They called Welcher to testify. He had 25 years of biomechanical engineer. Okay. So he reviewed the accident report, deposition of the parties. He researched the vehicles and all available data. He also located undamaged exemplars of the vehicles. Reviewed over 50 scientific publications. Okay. From this data, based on these aspects, he tested. Okay, so they keep going here. Discussion. Let me see here. Okay. There's no abuse of discretion to admit his testimony. Okay, so let me see. Okay, yeah, I don't know what case people are. This is not, I don't think, like, sorry, chat. I'm trying to read this while you guys are probably spurging out in chat here, so slow down. Everybody needs to slow the roll. I don't know, because it doesn't like, if you guys are going off of what somebody put on Twitter, they did the retarded thing and didn't include any case information. That's the problem here. That trial by ambush guy, he did the retarded thing and didn't include, like, where the fuck is it? Like, what's the case? Like, we need case law. Like, if you guys ever do this, don't just do what this guy did. where you just come in and go like, "Ha, we're using this." No, we need the citation. I need to know what case this came out of. Like, I need the case for this. Otherwise, it doesn't help. It doesn't help here. So, because this is just something, and I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if this is true or not because I don't know what it's from. Don't know what this is from. Don't know what all this stuff is from. So it doesn't help us. It does not help us. Let's see here about. He's from Cali. Yeah, I understand that. But so yes, what are people going to learn that linking to the sources directly to the point of the internet? That too. I'm not going to trust Grok because I doubt Grok's right. Okay. So this one, apparently Welcher gave a proper testimony, so Welcher was fine. So that's not what we're looking for. So let me see here. What are you guys talking about? Okay. Let's see. Ag, what do you got here? Oh, no, I already saw that. So yes, thank you guys for sending me the broken taillight stuff. But in the meantime, chat, yeah, this is yeah, there we go. Unlikely said he found 2 cases. I need you guys to email me or DM me or thing here because I'm trying to. Let me see. Can Alessi use it to impeach? No, it's nothing. Well, this one, no. But if there's other cases where he gets overturned, sure. So, Ag, you're saying this is the one? I don't. There's nothing. This is not. Yeah, he. So yeah, anyways, hold on. We'll go back to this just so you know, like, if you guys want to read the crash course in this, we'll read this fast. The biomechanic shows that he did not provide a medical opinion. He based his analysis on scientific data. The expert acknowledged he was not a medical expert, not qualified to give a medical opinion. So they, his stuff was good. Like, no, Welcher was fine in this one. Welcher passed. Welcher, this case, he was, good to go. I mean, we'll go down here again real quick, where they talk about Welcher and how he did. God damn it. Come on. So let's see here. All right. So we're going to get to the actual analysis here. Yeah. So this whole part A is about Welcher. Let's see here. So they point out we see no abuse of discretion to admit his testimony. So he's fine. They say that, they point out they forfeited their rights because they didn't raise it in a motion in limine, nor did they object on this ground during trial. Okay. They fail to, fails to establish an abuse of discretion in admitting Welcher's testimony. I know some of you guys were bringing this up. I'm just telling you can kind of speed read because you just got to get to the arguments here. Moreover, there was conflicting evidence of whether the testimony would apply. They therefore failed to provide a base to the jury to conclude Welcher's analysis did not apply to Johnson. They don't dispute Welcher was qualified. Okay. Instead, they contend the testimony crossed the line. They say Welcher did not provide a medical opinion or conduct analysis. They say they ignore Welcher's clarifying testimony. There are no absolutes in science. And that I think is theoretically possible. Welcher testified this. Welcher also testified he's not a medical doctor, is not qualified to give medical advice. When viewed in its entirety, Welcher's testimony makes clear he did not provide expert medical testimony. So we see nothing to suggest that Welcher's opinions were clearly invalid or unreliable based on the material which he relied. So if you guys thought that was going to say what you thought it was going to say, that's actually not saying what you think it says. So total Welcher victory there. So it does say above that he misled the jury. Well, yeah, but they didn't, then it becomes an issue of, where is it? It's saying there's 1-of-1 match. Where the hell is it? I don't see misled. Where the fuck is it? Oh yeah, here we go. According to Johnson, this is according to the appellee. I'm sorry, the appellant. According to the appellant, Welcher's testimony misled the jury because he had a narrow spinal coming out because he didn't talk about it. Okay, we'll see. They failed to establish an abuse of discretion in many testimony. They therefore failed to provide a basis. And notice at the end of here, the court just says, we see nothing to suggest his opinions were invalid or unreliable. So that misled thing is what the party's arguing. So that's not saying he misled it's not saying he misled the jury. So that's that. No, Brittany said starting reading a tiny phone. No big deal. No big deal. I'm just making sure I can read it. I'm explaining to you guys. I'm lost-splaining on the interwebs. So it's all good. It's all good. I can just read it faster. So, So, yeah, this case reads he could do his new now, but remember, this is California, not Massachusetts. So, guys, honestly, yeah, he did, they did a lot. And I will say the actual technical data was very good. It's very damning. But when they actually applied it, you're like, what the fuck are we looking at? This is just nonsense. This is just hot garbage. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll see what Alessi gets to do. Alessi gets to go ahead and kick some ass tomorrow. This will be fun. So that's kind of where we are. I mean, I know people are worried, but we'll see what ARCA does. Try a Rubio versus Arias. I'm gonna need a little more than that. I DM'd you this, but he kind of skipped over. Brennan said the defense isn't able to argue causation. I don't read that. I didn't hear that part, but I guess. I want to see him do a little 3-point term with the data for the fatal reverse, which he didn't do because the car goes in the yard and there is a body painting to do. Yes. The Duchess of Dissent says law school kids go back and understand abuse of discretion cases and what they mean. Their application, not rule. Yes. His testimony was excluded in 2019. Well, I mean, sometimes it's going to get excluded, but I mean, unless there's a swath of cases across the country saying "fuck this guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy," yeah, every once in a while, a judge's going to be like, "Yeah, I don't think it counts." So, Hank has more to get into. Jesus. Why do they want Karen so bad? Because they think she's the bad man. So let's see here. Goals exclude Tubin doesn't mean Tubin is bad. Yeah. Judges can exclude stuff. Maybe the judge is a retard too. Who knows? I mean, overall, I don't think he's a quack, but it's just here it doesn't make any sense. So we'll see. We'll see, chat. Are they willing to rig it to get a conviction? Yeah, they're willing to go whatever distance they have to. They're willing to go whatever distance they have to. So we have to go back. We're gonna go backwards through some. Actually, we'll go from. Let's see here. Spud Gun says for $2 for £2 sterling, the King Sterling. Alessi gonna be going in dry on this one. Oh yeah, he is. Island for $2. Thank you, Island. Is saying, breathe and tell us if you smell burnt toast. Toast. Spudgun says, Sean, are you on live chat or top chat? I'm in StreamYard chat, so I get everybody's chats. Shredder S 07 says, don't forget, this is Walmarca's expert. Johnny Osprey says, we need to stop loading our taillights with black powder, says Toyota. Now, that's funny, though, because Toyota had a massive airbag recall. I think it's still ongoing, too, for the Takata airbags, which, if you guys didn't know, Takata was an airbag manufacturer of Toyota, and their airbags were made basically where parts of it would break off when the airbag deployed. So it was like a little fucking hand grenade that would go off in your face. And along with the airbag would come out shards of fucking metal. So it was like a little hand grenade. You know, so you're driving along, you get not only are you in a dangerous accident, but then a grenade goes off in your face. And a little fragmentation mine. I remember because we were at FedEx. We were in Toledo, and that was the hub that Detroit fed into. And the Takata returns were up in Detroit, the Detroit area. So we'd fill up a trailer full of those fucking things. And we could only fill it up so far because there were concerns about those things going off possibly. So, and we did it like every day for like the years I worked there. I think they're still doing it probably. You know how many airbags they put in fucking cars? Gangster Computer God says, how are Alessi and Jackson letting this guy hang himself? I feel like there's a lot they could object to. There's not a lot. Like, there's what they're objecting to, what they can object to, certainly. But there's sometimes where there's nothing you can do. The guy's just spewing his bullshit. And where they can object, they will object. But there's going to be times where, you know, you have to tell people this when you get a witness you're working with on the stand. You tell them, you warn them when you're up there, you're on your own. If I can interject, I will. But sometimes you're on your own and the prosecutor's going to savage you. Or the opposing counsel is going to try to go after you and there's nothing I can do. I'll object where I can, but sometimes you're on your own. And sometimes there's nothing you can do. He paints with inside the lines. So sometimes, who knows though? We'll find out what their plan is tomorrow. Benjamin Lewis says correlation is not causation. This isn't evidence. I agree. Let's go, Brandon, for $5. Thank you, Brandon. Says the state's experts, John O'Keefe walked into a parked car, was probably drunk and fell on the pavement. They drilled some KMK-sized holes through doors. Yes. Yep. Let's go, Brandon is a new member. Thank you for re-upping, Brandon. Stephen Cooper says, I could barely afford Lexington Law. Where Tiger Ray says for $5, I have a clip for you to use when you do the It Is You bit. How do I send the link? Send it to me through Twitter or Discord, wherever you want to send it to me. Just let me know. I'll check for it. But thank you, Where Tiger Ray. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Case number CA 1984 CV 03382. That's the other Welcher testimony. Huh. Okay. Takata was in everything. My BMWs had the recall. Yeah, that's what I mean. Takata made airbags for everybody. Darcy, wait, hold on. What did Karen Reed say? Karen did a news talk today after court and said the data is the data and we will make it cleaner. Oh, God. What the fuck did you say, Karen? Karen Reed. God, why do you fucking open your mouth? Let me see here. Let's see. Where is her? This doesn't. Okay, here we go.
And the grease paint on his arm? No. Karen, and he backed up into himself at 2.2 or something miles per hour. So he tried to dress identically to John, but didn't do anything else to mimic what the Commonwealth is accusing me of. So
You see, now this is the funny part here. Are you saying that they should have had the car back in? Yes, if you want to be scientific. But anyways, let's hear what she says. Okay, I don't need to fucking see it with the editorializing on here. Where the fuck? I don't see the Karen Reed thing, guys. I just tried to Google Karen Reed. Where does she talk? The latest. Let's see. Where does she? Apparently she says something. I don't know where it's at, so I'm not gonna. It's not here. I don't know, chat. I don't know. So don't know where it's at. Yes, Staccato was a massive fucking fuck up. It was. Oh, the women need attention. Let's see here. I will never understand Karen running her mouth. I don't know either. Maybe she's like, well, since my butthole leaks all the time, maybe my mouth should leak all the time. So, Court TV, you DM'd it to me. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see here. Okay.
Karen, did you think Dr. Welch's recreation?
Okay, God, it will not pause when you try to click on it. All right, thank you, Luke. Okay, let's do this. Oh, DSP's doing a truck run. Okay, let's listen to this. Let's turn it up. All right.
Creations were good with the test dummy and the glancing glove.
and the grease paint on his arm? No.
Karen,
And he backed up into himself at 2.2 or something miles per hour. So he tried to dress identically to John, but didn't do anything else to mimic what the Commonwealth is accusing me of.
So did you go in reverse 24 miles an hour, 53 feet?
The data is what the data is, and it's going to come out cleanly, more cleanly in our case in chief. I think.
Oh, God, why? Like, I'm not gonna lie. She needs to shut her mouth. They need to fucking shut her up. They need to shut her up. God, she really does. She's like, I'll pretend my mouth's like my asshole and just leak information out of it. Instead of poo, it'll be information leaking out. Oh, damn, Karen.
It's important to demonstrate what is the Commonwealth accusing me of? The speed, the positioning. Recreate that for us. Back up into the crash test dummy at 24.2 miles an hour in the arm and see what happens. That's what I would want to see if I were you.
Do you recall that at all, Karen?
Now, that would be like, that is interesting. They didn't do that at all. They have crash test dummies, but they didn't bother to do that. It's because Welcher knows it looked really fucking bad.
No, because it didn't happen.
Any update on if you're calling Proctor, given that his friends are now witnesses on your list?
No comments. Karen, who are these 4 new witnesses? Can you say anything about them? No comments. Are you going to take the stand?
No comments.
I mean, that was just retarded. Retarded. She's not wrong, but it sounds bad. Yeah, that's why Alan Jackson could do it. God, she just sounds like a fucking tard. See, she could say no comment. Yes. Oh. Lawyers do talk for their clients. I don't know why these guys are letting her do it. I mean, I get it. They got more experience than me. Sure, they probably get, but they should be a lot more involved in helping navigate her messaging. Like, that was not good. And here's the thing. Welcher can be inarticulate. That's one thing. Karen being inarticulate. Guess what? That's going to get played at the end of the fucking trial. That's going to get played at the end of the trial. Hank's going to do a supercut. You dumb fucking moron. She's got to shut up. She just gave a seal approval for all the shit today. Wow. Yeah. The lawyers are gagged, and I get that, but that's why they say no comment. They shouldn't be using her because they can't run things through her in a way that works. They shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing it. Yeah, she can say it, but she actively chooses not to like a read. Yeah. So I get there's a gag order, but they can say no comment. But filtering it through Karen doesn't work if Karen's going to say retarded things. Yeah, Jackson grabbed her elbow because he's like, shut up. So Funky Monkeys is why they gag the lawyers, because Hank Brennan is a crybaby and his tampons slide out at the first sign of inconvenience. So that's why. Karen needs a shot collar to put on a barking dog. I'd run the battery out of it. Shocking her. So, and yes, Jackson saying things is inadmissible. But yes, because Hank has sloppy, droopy pussy, and he needs all the help he can get. He needs Karen's help to sink herself. That's how bad Hank's case is. Brandon says, let's use logic. Why is she saying retarded things? Because she is a woman. To be Flair, what did you say here? Sorry. Puffer Smiles, good to see you. She needs to zip it, yes. Nate Corbin, good to see you. Make clients quiet again, yes. To be Flair, how are you doing? Josh Klinger is saying, I bet Hank likes to be gagged. I bet. Yes, the data is the data. What up? Like, because that's something Judson Welcher's going to say. And you know what? If I'm Hank, I'd use that tomorrow. Is the data the data? Yes. I'd fucking use that tomorrow and see if I can get it to stick in the jury's craw till the end if I'm Hank. She is her worst enemy here. She is her worst enemy. To be Flair says, you are something wickedly clever and funny when you're mad. I'm sure it's very funny. I don't know if I'm clever, but it's interesting to see you fight opposing. It'd be interesting to see you fight opposing counsel when you court while you're pissed. See, here's the thing. When you're in court, you can't get mad. You're doing your job. You have to be professional in court. And there's so when you're in court, like if we're in court and something happens like this, you get a sidebar, you're like, Your Honor, I need a second. And the judge can normally tell when you're fucking livid. Like, trial was just in earlier this month, beginning of the month. Like something happened and we had to take a sidebar and we had to go on the record and we had to go in the judge's chambers. And judge says, I'm going to get, Judge, can I have like a second here? And I caught myself. And then the bailiff reminded us, remember, these walls are paper thin. And they play some music for the jury, so they can't hear us. But there have been times where, depending on the courtroom, I've raised the tenor of my voice above that, and they can hear. And they can hear me yelling, or they can hear the other side yelling. Like, it happens. You have to watch yourself. Also, it doesn't help. You yelling in front of the judge doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't. So I appreciate that. But no, in court, it's about, you've got to be, this is like the one thing a few good men got right. You've got to be cool. Everything that happens, you basically have to, that reaction, everything that happens, you expected it to happen. You're like a stone. You don't react. You just take it, object, state your objection. And if it's really bad, you might object really loud and say, Your Honor, we need to approach and, we need to go on the record. But it all depends. It all depends. But no, generally you need to be chill. But like I said, I've had times where I've had shouting matches before. And yeah, it sounds great. And in the middle of the moment, you're like in the heat of the moment. It's like you're out there just playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots with somebody. But then afterwards, you kind of feel like, wow, I felt like a fucking moron. That's why I'll say like Alessi and Jackson, they don't get overheated like that. I'm kind of getting overheated here because they can't get overheated there. And I think for you guys to really understand how wrong this stuff is, why I'm getting like that. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. But no, you try not to get pissed when when you're in trial. If you get pissed, you start overlooking things. It's one thing when I'm sitting here and I'm, feeding my face and sitting here in a nice comfy chair and I've got shorts and a t-shirt on, and it's 'cause I took my polo shirt off so I didn't get food on it. Like I could sit here and chill and it's relaxed. I got a nice little breeze coming in through the window. I got the window opened up. Life is good right now. I'm sitting here chilling. They're out there playing under the lights. They're in their suits. They're sweating their balls off. I bet it, like, you could look at Welcher and even Burgess. It is hot as hell in there. That fan's overhead going on. I bet you can hear it. Wall, wall. Like it's not properly balanced, so it's riding in the bearings a little bit. Like it's not 100% perfect in there. So it feels like there's just hot air blowing around. Everybody's staring at you. Everything you do is getting dissected and looked at. Like it's a whole nother world out there. So no, it's different when you're in there. You've got to maintain your cool. But it's easy for me to sit here, and I think Emily Baker even mentioned this. Like it's easy for us to sit here and say all this stuff because we're not sitting there doing it. And I fully agree with that. But yes, but we, generally speaking, I like to think I get most of almost all of this right. I make almost all these same calls that I'm making right now. But, I'm willing to admit, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I wouldn't. And I don't know. Maybe that's not the answer you wanted to hear, but I guess I'll give you the real answer. But thank you for the comment. I appreciate the kind words. So. All that fan is doing is stirring the heat about equality. To be Flair says, your insults exist in a very low-key way. Generally not. Because I'm Alan Jackson. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm Robert Alessi. I can do whatever the fuck I want. David Iannetti's got to work in this world at the end of the day. And depending on where I'm at, I have to work in that world at the end of the day. So I may win against this client, but I also have to kind of balance that against, do I go in there and call everybody a cocksucker and a motherfucker along the way or insult them? Like, you got to be careful about how you do it. You have to be careful. You have to be very careful. I mentioned this story before. You try not, you can say, this is bullshit or whatever in emotion or whatever, but I brought this up the one time where the prosecutor and I were out in the hallway fucking hollering at each other. And we were getting a hollering like a couple of hogs. It was like and the judge almost heard us. But it didn't happen. The judge didn't hear us. By the end of that day, this happened around 1:00. By the end of the day, I was like, fuck, man. If he goes around and tells everybody in the office what happened, they're going to think I'm a fucking asshole and they're going to ruin everything. I'm going to have a shit name in this community. All the defense attorneys were like, fuck yeah, brother. Right on. But I had to contact the guy. I emailed him and he was still working. And, it was after hours. It was 5:00. And he said, we needed to talk. And, the next day we sat down and we hashed it out like adults, like professionals. I came down to see him at his office in the prosecutor's office. And I was like, hey, do you have a couple minutes? I'm like, I really got out over my skis. And I told him, look, I'm not here to, if you want to apologize, I appreciate that. But I'm here to apologize to you. And I said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been improper like that. And, I made it clear I came to apologize. Now, it was great because he said, I do appreciate these. I need to apologize to you. So then I had to sit there and listen to his mea culpas. So you have to be careful. Yes, if you're parachuting in and, you're doing some commando raid, if I'm here in Ohio, but let's say I got retained on a court case like Mickey Steins, the sheriff down in Kentucky. Let's say he hired me and I parachuted into fucking Harlan County, Kentucky and did the case. I could go down there, be a big fucking asshole. I could take my dick and wipe it across everyone's face along the way. Great, I could do that. But if it's here in Cleveland, Ohio, I got to be careful about how I do it. You have to, there's a balance. There's a balance on that. So I hope that makes sense. You don't want to swing your cape when you leave a room, as my mother says. That's fair. You have to be careful. You have to be careful about what fights you're going to have. Now, there's going to be times where you got to fucking do it. And there's going to be people, you know, and depending on, like, if you're, like, let's say you're in, like, dealing with a prosecutor's office, like, 100 people. Okay. Things, like, there's going to be a person or two who are known as being assholes. And, like, everybody kind of understands you got to do what you got to do with that guy. But I'm dealing with a prosecutor. Let's say there's a county where there's 6 prosecutors. And they're all pretty nice people. Guess what? You got to do it a different way. Doesn't mean you don't represent your client zealously, but you have to think about what happens when you're done with this client and every other client that comes walking through your door. So, yeah, in this case, it's different. This case is kind of like one of those. This is one of those times, though. Like if you're David Yannetti, even then, yes, I think at the end of the day, you're lighting the ships on fire, and you're going to burn Tenochtitlan. You're getting the Toltecs to help you, and you're enlisted in final battle. Like there is no turning back, and I get that. But overall, you have to this is not every case. This is a once in a lifetime thing, maybe once in multiple lifetimes. So, Royal Mewtwo says, I'm 12 days behind in coverage, but I want to say hi live. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yes, that or the quietest man in the room is the strongest man in the room. Yes, that's always true. You know, the strong move, like I keep using the quote from Memphis Bleak, but the strong move quiet and the weak start riots. Yes. 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 So. Well, that's, yes. So. Let's see here. Are any of your trials on video? No. Not that I'm aware of. And I'm glad they're not. But you could be a low-key cunt, yes, but you got to be careful. Josh says, where's Clyde? I don't know. Hold on. Clyde! Clyde Bear. Come here, Bubba. Come on, Clyde. I got the click clacks. Come here, buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Clyde, hey. Oi, up. Hey, come here. Come on, Clyde. Clyde. Hey, come on. Clyde, over here, buddy. Come on. Are you just going to run away? Come here, Clyde. Come on. Come on. Come on, Bubba. Come here. Come here. Oh, here you are. Oh, yes. He comes over like a lightning bolt. Here is Clyde. Oh, there he is. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. That was a little long and pompousy. I'm sorry. So let me see here. You don't have someone's life riding on you not being pissed. Yeah. So Ethan Oliver, Ralph Esquire. The Cubs win. Don't care. In this case, yes, you've already done it. Well, I don't have to worry about this one. Yes, Funky Monday goes, Your Honor, how many white children do you have? Your Honor, what about the child porn? Yes, we were hollering. We were really hollering out in the hallway. So Funky Monkey says, that's a nice saying. What? That I parachuted into Poland? I like that. Gandalf says, I'm pressing X to doubt you could do that. What? I don't know what. Here, hold on. Catherine's been a member for 15 months. Thank you for being here, Catherine. All that support. 15 months. Awesome numbers. Clyde, can you do it? Woo? Come on, Clyde. Woo. Do it. Come on. Come on, do it. Do it. You won't do it. Okay, so Catherine says the deer plus coyote was gross. Please do better. What? Oh, I mean that's what happens. Like deer giving birth and the coyotes eat the fawn as it's getting born. I've seen it happen before. It's pretty nasty. Creed M says, with a long break in the Karen Reed trial, I hopped on a 10-hour flight to New York from Croatia to see these solo cups for myself. Going to be climbing the Statue of Liberty when Cross starts. Well, there we go. Have fun. Welcome to America. Welcome to America. Hope you enjoy it. Going to be keeping one earbud in, though. All right. Looking forward to it. Yes, that's why in strong cases, yes, the prosecutor isn't a little bitch boy. Yes. So. Oh, Luke says you won't hear a prosecutor whine about how they need to be treated for you. Let me tell you, man. Prosecutors will fucking cry about anything. You know how many prosecutors, like, dude, you start jury selection. We're entitled to a fair trial. Like, they all talk about it. They all cry about it. They all cry about fair trials. They all cry about trial by ambush. It's not just Hank. All prosecutors cry. It's part of their training. Did Clyde adopt the plushie yet? No. Taking bets on which dog humps the Sean plushie first. I think Lainey will be terrified of it. I don't think she'll ever be for it. So, is this a Stoney's anime convention? Who's wearing a cape? Well, that's true, too. I'm sure Sean could parachute if they use the C-17. Had to be the C-5. Have to roll at the back. So. Clyde has made you into bed. Yes, he has. Let me see here. I think I got everything. So, yeah, guys, real quick. Just once again, shout out to our sponsors. Once again, the dragonstreasure.com, promo code criminal. Show the T-Man some love, guys. He needs your help out there right now. You know, it's not like Coffee Brand Coffee where you bought like $1 million worth of coffee equipment. But T-Man's going through some stuff. He would appreciate the support. Help him out. Promo code criminal for 10% off. You know, got MAF Corporation, guys. Use the promo code POCRIM and make sure you include it in the memo line when you're purchasing something. Matt will put a big old lipstick kiss on your invoice and $500 or more in your order. And Ivan will do the same thing if you include it and ask for it. You know, Matt coming off his not win at AK Masters. And then Stoney's. Guys, you know, love them, know them. Stoney's at 158 East Broadway Street, Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's your place to go, chat. Remember, they're back on summer hours, so don't worry about the winter schedule anymore. Go out there and get toe up at Stoney's. So, yes, the T-Man, yes. Are there full-size Sean plushies? Well, we're trying to work on that. So, Maddie says, end the stream. Well, you end the stream. So, Funky Monkey says, we would try to watch something else. Eventually, once go, nah, go back to Nate. What? Okay. You would have said the Antonov 225, but, you know. Hi, buddy. Mwah. Look, he's just. Look at this leg. He's sighing. My angry piggy squeal. Yes. Yes, chat. $2.50 cans. Spugget says, where do you think Karen is at the moment? The state still hasn't convinced me. They haven't proven their case. I mean, this is strong stuff. The whole technical data stuff, guys, that is brutal. Brutal information. So right now, Karen, I mean, they've made some ground, but we'll see how much tomorrow's going to be probably going to make it or break it. This is going to be the cross-examination of Alessi's career. This is going to be the performance of a lifetime. We'll see how it goes. What about a Funko Pop? No. I hope I get hit with a drone strike before I make Funko Pops. Yes, EP Clyde. He's very EP. So he keeps on go Merlin. This is how he sleeps. So I think she's cooked. Yeah, I mean they still hold the high ground. Hank is still ahead. But this is where what Alessi does tomorrow is going to make or break it. And then from there, they have the, like, he can bring him to even, and then Arca is probably going to be the determination. So that's really what it's going to come down to, chat. So, yeah. So with that said, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, 6 p.m. Apparently we have an hour less, but we'll see what happens. So I hope you guys are able to stick around tomorrow night. Thank you guys all for being here. And yeah, just remember till next time, chat. Just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Does not mean you're guilty either, buddy. But yeah, it's gonna be why is it the performance of a lifetime? Because if Alessi doesn't stick the landing, this is like Carrie Strug shit, guys. Like you're doing the not the pommel horse. What did she do? Whatever Carrie Strug did with a broken ankle. If he doesn't stick the landing, Karen's fucked. So it's going to come down to that. Because if he can't stick the landing, Arca won't matter. Unless he has to stick the landing tomorrow. You know? Battles are won and lost by a single man sometimes in their efforts. So, the vault. There we go. So, but yeah, we are going to take care of that, chat, and we will see you guys. Maddie B said, the gates of all Jannies. We'll end on that note. Good night, chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Take care, everybody. Thank you guys all for being here. At 1.400 of you. Thank you all to Ghost on Twitter. Good night, chat. You guys can take care. I'll redirect you somewhere. I don't know where yet.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?